Supervisors meeting in Tuolumne County. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Supervisor Ryan Campbell to lead us in the pledge.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is the point in our agenda where we allow oral communications from the public. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. I am going to ask that the public limit their comments, each individual, to 3 minutes. And with that, are you a member of the public right now? Come on up.
Sure. All right, and I, Kirk, District 3 Supervisor, and last time I went over 3 minutes, so I wrote this down so I wouldn't get the wrath of Carl. All right, I'm just giving kind of my quarterly update on the marijuana scene. A false premise made by the multi-billion-dollar marijuana industry is not panning out. We were told that legalization would end the black market. A recent Politico article explains how legal marijuana is helping the black market. A recent CNN story elaborates on how increases in California pot taxes will further help the black market. An LA Times article asserts California now has the biggest legal marijuana market in the world. Its black market is even bigger. With 2019 legal pot revenues at $3.1 billion, a black market revenue at $8.7 billion, which means that almost 74% of pot sold in California is on the black market. Legalization was supposed to create jobs, but now it turns out people are getting laid off. According to the Sacramento Bee, there's an epidemic of layoffs in California marijuana industry. Voters were told regulation of marijuana would make products pure, but it turns out that the pot industry wants looser regulations so they can sell more products like those on the black market. Recently, the FDA warns 15 companies for illegally selling various products containing cannabidiol as the agency details safer concerns. A recent USA article tells a story of a man named Andrew Zorn of Phoenix, Arizona. He was 14 when he smoked marijuana daily in high school. About age 25, he was diagnosed with severe cannabis disorder, bipolar disorder, and borderline personality disorder with auditory hallucinations, paranoia, and anxiety. Zorn ended up taking his own life. In a suicide note, he wrote, "I want to die. My soul is already dead. Marijuana killed my soul, ruined my brain." So I have copies of this with all the links of where I got this information for the board and for the clerk of the board, and if media would like it as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Bruce Erickson, Twain Hart. As an aside, I haven't smoked dope since I was 19. Don't really have any use for it. But the only drug that really affected our business was when one of the guys we hired, after 13 months and after giving him training in Germany and in Scotland, he went back to doing heroin, and now he's back in prison. It's a horror show. And between the opioids and heroin, that's the real problem I think our county has. I haven't had any problems with guys coming in loaded to work or that kind of thing. So I'd like to see a little emphasis in another area. What I wanted to ask real quick this morning, how many of you own a business that has at least one employee? Great. The reason I ask that is because it would be really neat when you're doing stuff on economic development to have some of your meetings in the evenings, because a lot of people who have businesses can't get down here. I'm going to be leaving after my little dog and pony show here, but it would be really good. What I wanted to also say is that the young people are still leaving the county because there are not jobs here that pay a living wage. We have affordable homes. They're some of the cheapest in California, but what we don't have are affordable wages. And so for everybody that gets a job at $12 an hour at one of the big box stores, it means that we have a net outgo of money instead of income. And so we need to have jobs that are going to perhaps give us around $16 an hour so it can be a living wage. And I would encourage the board to think about maybe raising the minimum wage in our county for the multinational corporations that are here, Lowe's, McDonald's, et cetera, to force them to pay $16 an hour. They have to pay that in places like San Francisco, the Bay Area, and they can still make a living at that, but we don't have it here. And so as a result, we think we have unaffordable housing. How much time do I have, Carl? Is that about it? About a minute. Okay. So also, when you look at the demographics, I gave you guys in your files some demographics in terms of where the population was going in this county, and it's going to where we now have about 20% more people over 65, guys with gray hair like mine. That's not good because the young people are doing what they're doing worldwide. They're leaving the rural communities, France, Spain, America, Canada, and they're going to the large cities where they have opportunities. We've got to figure out how to get manufacturing in here, and it's going to be with small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I was going to come with just one thing in mind, but I feel like I do have to retort to Councilmember Kirk here. When you cite things from CNN as fact with cannabis, it kind of concerns me. Some of the stuff you stated, such as the black market is being helped by the legal market, absolutely untrue. The actual figures show that 20% of the black market now has evaporated. That's due to the legal market. They project by 2025, 85% of the legal market will be gone, and that is due to the legal market. No market ever in the history of the world has come in and eradicated another market overnight. What you're implying isn't possible. The cannabis legal market is eliminating the illegal market, and that's what's going on across the state. You also said something about jobs evaporating and people being laid off. What happens is some of the bigger corporations that some of these counties have let in, they hire a bunch of people and then they cut back. That's what they do. You're ignoring the fact that those jobs are real. A percentage are going away, but they're real. If you'd like a real example for this county, I've hired about 20 subcontractors, spent about $1 million, and have 5 jobs in this county with 0 layoffs. Those are facts. So I'm a little concerned when you cite CNN, and then on top of all that, you have the audacity to use a suicide of a child to fearmonger. What I came here today to do is say that my name is Jeff Musio. I'm from District 3, a resident, and I own a business in District 1. Just want to say thank you, guys. Thank you for everything you've done this year, everything you've done for the community. You guys provide a safe haven for my family. You guys provide a good economic base for my business to thrive. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Justin Bachman. I am the Mid-State Regional Compliance Manager with the Construction Industry Force Account Council, also known as CFAC. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to ensuring state and local governments' compliance with the California Public Contract Code. I'm here today to offer our resources and assistance with any construction-related procurement questions the county may have. As a public works compliance organization, we are well-versed in the California Public Contract Code. This includes, but is not limited to, advertising requirements, bid thresholds, force account usage, emergency declarations, project accounting procedures, and the Uniform Construction Cost Accounting Act, which the county is a participant of. Our services are free of charge to elected officials, county employees, contractors, and the general public. Our goal is to ensure transparency and a level playing field for public works contractors. You can find more information about our organization as well as my contact info at our website, www.cfac, which is cifac.org. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to assisting you guys in any way I can.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Williams. I'm 25 years old. I've been farming hemp for the last 2 years. I would like to offer my knowledge in the industry to help get the hemp program going here for the 2020 season. I believe I have answers to most of the questions and concerns that you may have about industrial hemp farming. Some of you had stated that you support the newly legal crop, but you would like more direction from the state before issuing licenses. Here are a few solutions. Seeds must come from a state-certified hemp seed provider or from a crop grown in another state's pilot hemp program with a certificate of analysis. The Ag Commission could designate approved labs for the county. Once that is established, it would be up to the farmer to make an appointment to have the crop tested no sooner than 28 days before harvest. By testing closer to harvest, this ensures that if the plant has high levels of THC, it will be detected. I've seen labs collect samples in an X pattern or around the perimeter of the field. If the crop tests hot, the lab will notify the Ag Commission, who notifies the farmer that the crop must be destroyed. A clear video of the destruction and a lengthy written explanation of how they did it would be required. If a farmer violated any rules, his or her license would be revoked and they would be issued a fine. The industry will create many jobs and bring lots of money into the county, also keeping the younger people in the county too, instead of having to leave to go find work elsewhere. Properly regulated, the county can retain its quality, not let people use hemp as a guise to grow marijuana. By using these procedures, and yeah, the county can retain all of its quality and benefit from this booming industry. I've left my contact info with Alicia. I'd love to help in any way possible with my prior knowledge of being in the industry. I've got a lot of resources too, people who've got knowledge in other states as well. Please feel free to reach out to me, and thank you for listening, and have a great day.
Thank you for your offer.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Garcia. I'm the Executive Director of First Five for Tuolumne County. And I'm just here with a little interesting tidbit about one of the programs that is offered through First Five and also funded through, partially through Sonora Area Foundation and now through Adventist Health. First Five is offering the Imagination Library now for our second year. This is a book gifting program for all Tuolumne County children from birth to age 5. And currently we have 481 children signed up for this program. They're getting books every single month mailed to them for free, so no cost to their family. And as of today, we have sent out 4,620 children's books to our local residents. So just wanted to share that information with you. And we are always looking for additional funding sources for this program. It's turned into a much larger program than we were anticipating, because it's in need and families are really appreciating it and in close communication with me if they're moving and have questions, and it's been really wonderful. So I left some of our little cards on the back that show how to register your child. All you have to do is go to first5tuolumne.org. If you have a child from birth to age 5, they can register for free on our website and start getting their books in about 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you for everything that you do. And please thank the First Five folks, the board, everybody, for everything that they do. Really good work in our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning and Merry Christmas. I come before you today to speak as chairman of the Children's Holiday Party Committee. Last Saturday we had a great party. We had over 500 kids there, and the thing that never ceases to amaze me, Alex, great article. Never ceases to amaze me is how the citizens of Tuolumne County turn out both to make the party a reality by donating and by participating in the party itself. Now, the party, we don't advertise ahead of the party because it's for the needy children of Tuolumne County, but we send out the invites to all the county schools for any child that qualifies for the free and reduced lunch and all the social service programs. But the party itself, the volunteers for the party itself. The county is 100% vested in this. And I mean the county, this building, and all of the agencies involved. The DA and victim witness, you ought to see them. They're doing the cookie decorating. They're spreading the frosting on there, doing the sprinkles and the whole deal. The bookmobile, they're out front. They're giving out those books. I think they probably gave away at least 1,000. And some of the silent people you don't see, the sheriff's department, they bring the inmates in to help us set up for the party, and then they also help us tear down the party, and we couldn't do it without them. The community patrol, during the course of the event, they help with the control inside the party. Very key role there. And then in the course of the party, you come in, you get your main gift, and then we have a lot of game booths, and those are run by the service clubs. So we got the Rotary clubs and the Kiwanis and the Clampers and all the others. And then the other booths, we have the Watch program, gave away 500 cotton candy cones, and the Sonora Area Foundation doing snow cones and drinks, and the Interact doing face painting. And some of the things that businesses will close up shop or whatever for whatever reason, and then I have to solicit to others. So this year we lost grocery outlet or grocery cost you less. So I ended up going to Save Mart. I'm running out of time, aren't I, Carl?
Yeah, Duke, but if you can just wrap up.
I'm wrapping it up.
It's a great event, and that's not on your time. Just give us about 10 to 15 more seconds.
I can do it. So all these new businesses, I'm reaching out to them. I'm getting new businesses, and everybody's doing it. Producers Dairy let us use the refrigerator tuck. And the cosmetology school did 41 haircuts and 130 manicures. And I just want to thank the entire community of Tuolumne County for making the party a success and report it to you guys.
Good job, Duke. Thank you.
Duke.
Okay, any other public comment at this time? Okay, do we have any staff reports? This is a point where sort of like public comment, but we didn't want the staff using up public comment time. So, Quincy, go ahead.
Good morning, Quincy Haley, Community Development Department. I just wanted to let you all know that on January 2nd and 3rd, we will have another building, planning, environmental health, and housing division closure at the 4th floor of the A&F building. At the end of 2019, there will be a building code cycle change, and we are already receiving a flood of building permits and anticipate that to continue through the end of the year. So we will be closed on the 2nd and 3rd. However, field inspections and any typical field work that we normally do will continue those days. If folks have questions, they can call us at 533-5633. Thank you.
Thank you. Ag Commissioner, sealers of weights and measures, animal control, lady with all the titles.
Today I'm wearing the Agricultural Commissioner hat. I am Kelly Schroeder. I'm the Agricultural Commissioner here in Tuolumne County. And in accordance with Section 2279 of the California Food and Agricultural Code, I am pleased to present the 2018 annual report of agricultural production in Tuolumne County. The 2018 gross value of agricultural production is $40,904,295. This represents an increase of value of $3,294,295 over 2017 crop values. Livestock and poultry were our number one crop at $20,732,000. Harvested timber was our number two crop at $15,492,198. I wish to express my appreciation to the agricultural producers, organizations, and public agencies that have cooperated in providing data for this report. And my office will submit this report to the Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture, post the report to our website, and disseminate it to any interested parties. Any questions?
I don't think so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Christina Cunha, and I am here to speak to the board about a couple of opportunities that the board and our community will have to visit with and connect with many of our county team members. Yesterday was the first of many of our community events that we'll be sponsoring throughout Tuolumne County. This gives an opportunity for our county team members to meet and engage with and talk about the services that we provide here in Tuolumne County for all of our residents. Yesterday was our very first one in the senior center, and it was quite successful. Our team members will be set up to go for their second event scheduled January 14th there in Groveland Community Hall at noon, on the noon hour. So we'll all be there ready to share about the services that we provide to all of our community members, and an opportunity for us to meet people that we don't know and they don't know us. So that is one of the opportunities. The other opportunity is that our very own county administrator, Tracy Riggs, will be at the Heart Rock across the street on January 3rd at the noon hour to visit with any folks who'd like to engage with her and ask questions. There'll be a couple of other staff there also. If anybody has any questions about any of these events, I'm going to place some dates, some flyers in the back. Also, you can call our office at 533-5511. Any questions about any of these events will be available to help.
I think Supervisor Brennan has a comment.
Yeah, I was going to say this under reports, but since you brought it up, I want to thank all of the staff. And when I was downtown yesterday, I had a number of individuals that came up to me and said they've never had such a transparent experience with our staff. And I asked them to share that so that we continue to see increases in folks that show up. And but compliments, kudos, and a number of you are out there. Thank you.
And I also attended, and I'm going to steal a line from our CAO's presentation, but a lot of people in this county don't realize how much of our services they're using every day, because it's in the background. It's sort of the normal course of doing business and everything. And part of her presentation, part of our CAO's presentation, highlights some of those areas, and it really is worthwhile. There's going to be several, at least one in every district, and I would encourage the public to attend them. It was very, very good yesterday. Thank you for your presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Andrew Murphy. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for County Fire. And with me today, and I'd like to acknowledge Caleb Flanagan, and I know the board is very interested in the education and development of employees. And this past few months, Caleb is promoted to Fire Inspector 2. I just wanted to highlight some of the additional training that Caleb was required to get to that level. So not only just the 2 years in grade, but also Fire Inspector. These classes he had to have Fire Inspector 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, and Plans Examiner 1A and 1B. Each one of those classes is at least 40 hours long, and those are state fire marshal classes. During the 2 years that Caleb has been a county employee, over 1,100 inspections, and that's something that we've talked about over the last several months. These are state-mandated inspections for fuel storage facilities, permitting fire alarm and sprinkler inspections, commercial kitchen hood inspections, new construction, and building final inspection, and public fireworks displays. Additionally, investigation of fire hazard violations through customer complaints and concerns, and assist on a regular basis Tuolumne County code compliance and environmental health as needed where fire hazards are identified. Additionally, Caleb, as part of his duties, is part of the countywide fire investigative unit and does fire cause investigation. We wanted to acknowledge Caleb and thank him for his dedication and service and recognize his promotion. So thank you, Caleb.
Good job. Thank you.
Good. Sounds a lot like a master's degree in fire inspecting.
It's a lot.
Okay.
It's a lot of stuff. Very important job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additionally, I wanted to just go over a couple other things. A month in review. Last month, County Fire responded to 527 calls in the month of November, a 13% increase over the same period last year, of which 338 were medical aids. There were 73 fires or fire-related calls, including 3 working structure fires in a 24-hour period. Through the end of November, County Fire responded to 5,458 incidents within the county fire jurisdiction. Also, some of the highlights of the month, the County Fire is very involved in public events. On November 9th, with CAL FIRE and CAL FIRE Local 2881, the County Fire participated in the Fill the Boot. You may have seen them out there at the Junction Shopping Center. In 4 hours, the county, this really tells you what Duke was talking about and how the county really gives. In 4 hours, the community donated $12,566.07. That's to fill the boots for the Muscular Dystrophy Association. So in total, since 2012, the county has donated $77,000. These much-needed funds stay here, and they provide camp experience, medical equipment deliveries, and so much more for the families of those affected with the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Additionally, on November 26th, County Fire staff joined firefighters from the area to pay honor and tribute to fallen firefighter Jordan Reyes at the annual Jordan Reyes Memorial Blood Drive. Jordan was a volunteer with County Fire, Station 57, an employee of the U.S. Forest Service. He passed away in 2011 from an off-duty vehicle accident. The community comes together annually to raise funds and a blood drive for scholarships for the Columbia College Fire Academy. And then additionally, there's the monthly activity reports are on the back table if anybody else would like to take a copy of that, or we can email them. And then I wanted to highlight something really cool. So one of our volunteer staffed engines with 3 volunteers responded as part of a strike team in which Miwok Sugar Pine and 3 other agencies from Stanislaus County to the Kincaid Fire last month, and they were assigned for 12 days. Did a very good job. And we got the other day a card in the mail from the 6th graders of Kidd Street Charter School. And it says, "Dear first responders, thank you for helping Sonoma County. We may have not had our homes without you. Thank you for being brave. You are our heroes." And we just want to recognize all the volunteers and responders that responded to the Kincaid incident.
Yeah, I'm not sure that everyone in the public knows this, but when you have a major disaster event like a wildfire, and it was true in our rimfire, help comes from all over the state. And in some cases, rimfire came from outside the state even. And our people participate in that as well. So a lot of the fires outside our county, we've had firefighters, we've had sheriff's deputies, we've had search and rescue, animal control. I'm going to miss somebody, and if I apologize right now because I'm not going to get them all, but we have a lot of agencies that do support other counties' emergencies, and as they do us when we have ours. So this is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we're off to the consent calendar. Would the clerk of the board take a deep breath and please read our consent calendar?
I am just so thrilled. Okay, here we go. Minutes of the meeting held on November 19th and December 10th, 2019, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3366 through 3368 were published. Approving the amendment number 10 to the agreement with the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency to deliver community development block grant activities. Second reading and consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend Chapter 3.36 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, adding authority for assessor-initiated disaster reassessments. Second reading and consideration of adopting an ordinance adding a section, Chapter 2.16.130 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, establishing the STEP Success Program, a juvenile treatment facility located at the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility as a juvenile camp facility. Approving an amendment agreement to the Yosemite College District for Fire Services. Adopting a resolution authorizing the submittal of the California Climate Investment Department of Forestry and Fire Protection Fire Prevention Grant application for equipment to be utilized in the maintenance of the fuel breaks in the county. Adopting a resolution accepting the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control Grant award and increasing appropriations in the Sheriff's Office revenue expenditure in the amount of $8,200. Adopting a resolution accepting the Board of State and Community Corrections grant in the amount of $668,000, increasing revenues and expenses in the sheriff's budget by $276,714. District Attorney budget $206,229. Probation budget $177,057. Accepting a donation of a horse trailer from Jeff Wilson for the Sheriff's Office mount unit valued at $10,000. Adopting a resolution authorizing and directing that an application be made to obtain a grant under the 2019 Sustainable Groundwater Management Grant Program Plan Round 3 grant, and to enter into an agreement with the California Department of Water Resources to receive a grant for the installation of monitoring wells. Approving change order number 2 in the amount of $89,726 for the Jackson Road Bridge Preventive Maintenance Project. Approving amendment number 1 to the Agreement for Professional Services and Waste Recovery West LLC, DBA Tire Disposal and Recycling LLC for the procurement of the tire-derived aggregate minerals. Approving a notice of completion for the Parrots Ferry Reconstruction Project Phase 2. Approving the notice of completion for the Hardin Flat Road Bridge Replacement Project. Adopting a resolution vacating a portion of public road easement known as 8th Street and a portion of an adjacent alley in Jamestown. Number 17 has been pulled off the agenda. Number 18 is adopt a resolution to approve road names within the property of the Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System. And a second reading and consideration of adopting an ordinance amending Section 15.04.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to adopt by reference 2019 editions of the California Mechanics Code, California Plumbing Code, California Electric Code, Energy Code, Existing Building Code, Green Building Standards Code, Historical Building Code, Reference Standards Codes, Residential Codes, Building Code, and the 2016 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code, amending Section 15.20.010A, 15.20.040, 15.20.045A, and 15.20.050A to replace all the references of the 2016 California Fire Code with references to the 2019 California Fire Code, and amending Section 15.21.110 to adopt by reference the 2019 edition of the California Fire Code and the National Fire Codes. Okay. Adoption of the resolution authorizing Sonora Sunrise Rotary to close a section of Highway 120 near Chinese Camp for the 34th Annual Orient Express Foot Race. Approving the reappointment of Rebecca Steiner to the Columbia Cemetery District, the appointment of Stacy Hudson as a parent representative to the Tuolumne County Child Care and Development Planning Council, approving the appointment of Dorella Kushner as the commissioner and Donna Phone as an alternate commissioner to the First Five Commission, approving the reappointment of Sid Rosenfeidner to the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging, accepting the resignation of Paula Benaki from the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation, post a notice of vacancy, and as the Air Pollution Control District, approving the Wood Smoke Reduction Pilot Program Memorandum of Understanding between the California Air Pollution Control Officers and the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District.
Okay. Any member of the board have any items they would like to pull? Any public comment on the consent agenda?
I would like to salute the Sheriff's Department for applying for a grant to deal with alcohol in our county. I think we have a lot of bars that overserve, so I strongly support a sting, and we have way too many people who drink and drive. And on item number 24, the reappointment of Sid Robinseifner. She is a very effective commissioner for the Commission on Aging, and she did probably the most fabulous presentation I've seen, and she showed up, because usually it's just me, to the public hearing for the Tuolumne County unmet needs for Tuolumne County Transit, and talked about all the unmet needs in Groveland. So that was very effective. And the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging could use a lot more members. So if there's anyone out there who would like to volunteer, I'd like to see some more on a consent calendar.
Okay, any other public comment? I have one comment. Thank you for the lead-in. I really appreciate it. We have 5 items on the consent calendar about appointments of public citizens to our committees and commissions. We could literally not do our business if it wasn't for the volunteers that serve on our committees, commissions, boards, and all of that stuff. Most of them uncompensated. I think all of them actually are uncompensated. And they give their time, and it's really, really important. And almost every single one of them does an exceptional job on those in those offices. And so I would normally pull these off, but we got a tight agenda. I just wanted to make a general statement thanking all of those people that have volunteered to serve, and especially those who have volunteered to serve again after they've had the experience already, and also especially for the one individual who is retiring, for all that she has done through her years of service. And I would encourage other members of the public to get involved in programs that you're interested in. It's really, really important. And with that, I'll bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion on the consent calendar.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor of the consent calendar signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain. I've got 5-0. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 27?
This is consideration of adopting certificates of recognition for Quincy Yaley and Carlin Drivital for their exemplary work at the Tuolumne County General Plan Amendment.
Okay, before I talk about this, is there any, well, I'll talk a little bit and then I've got a little bit more to say. These two ladies really, there was a lot of effort by a lot of people on our staff to get this general plan amendment done. But these two ladies went above and beyond even the normal extra hours of work that they normally do. I know in some cases they forewent planned time and trips with their family because duty called. And we don't do this often enough. I hope that we start doing this more often. In government service, we don't have the luxury that the private sector has to do monetary awards and things like that. A piece of paper may seem like a little frivolous, but in public service, that's pretty much the best you can do. And I think it's really important when you've got outstanding people doing outstanding work and going well above and beyond that we recognize those kinds of people, and these two ladies certainly fit that. So with that, I'm going to open it up for public comment.
I'm going to thank you for your comments. And I certainly hope that in the future, we have a lot of county employees that do exemplary work. So in the future, I would like to see more of these things, and I will limit my comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I'll accept supervisor comments, then we need to vote on this, and then I'll make the presentation.
Start with me. I don't think those girls did anything. You know, this is such a long process, and it didn't start this year. It started
a while ago. And, from the board's perspective, we see more of what they do because all this is done in offices, working with consultants, and we have it brought to the public from time to time. But all of those hundreds of pages of general plan work has to be put together by someone. That has to be checked and make sure things are right. And I think the effort put in by these two individuals was monumental. So thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, and I agree completely. It's a hard job working on a general plan, but somebody has to do it. And it's something that's vital to proper planning in our community. And so, this is something that larger counties have entire wings of buildings of staff dedicated to just working on general plan issues. And we had essentially two people with support of others in the county. So it's a great deal of work, and it's a job well done by these two individuals.
Okay. Sherry?
Yeah, so two comments. I appreciate your initial comments, and I think it would be remiss for us not to recognize all of the, we have tremendous service by a number of employees, and so I'll look forward to seeing more of these in the future. But specifically with these two ladies, as being one of two members on the ad hoc committee and getting to review the materials that they produced. My fear going through this process for a number of years, and I would ask them, what is the adverse impact on your families? Because this was taking so much time, and they both would smile and say, Sherry, we're fine, and keep going, keep marching. And I think it is appropriate to recognize all of the extra time and effort that was put in, and also in the production of a document that we'll be discussing the afternoon, but I think we can all be proud of.
Okay, Supervisor Cook.
Just a few things. First, I got to see Quincy at a lot of the town hall meetings where there's some heated people, and I really appreciated her professional smile, and it was great to see. And also, yeah, kudos to the families. Now that I'm working two jobs and I work late and family time is stretched, if you don't have a good support team at the home, if you don't have their husbands and their kids on board, it can make life challenging. So kudos to the kids and the husbands who do the laundry and do the dishes while they're working. So thank you, Quincy. Thank you, Carlin, for your hard work. And I know there's more things ahead, but I'm just stoked that we're taking a moment to thank them publicly.
Okay. Looking for a vote or a motion, I'm sorry.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. If you'll meet me at the podium, ladies. Okay. Wait. You can't decide who's going first. I'm going to hand them to you both at the same time, but you're certainly welcome to have whatever comments you want after I'm done. First of all, this was when I got elected and first took office. I had already been working on the general plan as a public member, working in the ag element, and for at least a year. So this is not something, and it looks like we're going to wrap it up. I'm not going to jinx it by saying we are, but this is something that's been going on for a very long time. And for those of you that don't remember the history of it, we took one stab at the general plan, and that didn't work out quite the way the board wanted. So we did. Supervisor Brennan talked about. We put together an ad hoc committee that had a little bit more board involvement in it, and Carlin was in the initial meeting of that, and Quincy joined us a few months after that when she came on board. I cannot possibly characterize the amount of extra work that these ladies did. We did not staff up to do the general plan amendment, and it is a huge effort. We did hire a consultant, and we did have an outside attorney that was helping, but the lion's share of the work was done by these two ladies and their staffs. And so, well, Carlin doesn't have a staff, but she has partners in her office. So there was a lot of shifting work around and everything, and other people did a lot of extra work too. But what these ladies did really outside of normal office hours, and especially in some cases really impacting their families as well, just to get this very important work done. The general plan is the roadmap for development and land use in the county, and I don't think that there's a single document. I'm sure somebody's going to tell me I'm wrong, but to me, there's no single document that is more important. And it is a 10-year it's designed to be a 10-year document. The last one, I believe, was 96. Okay, so it's been more than a 10-year document in the old one. So, ladies, I know I speak for the entire board because they already said it themselves, but what you did was way over the top and is very much appreciated, and will be a legacy for this county for a long time to come. So thank you very much for everything you did. You can say something if you wish.
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. You mentioned that pieces of paper don't have as much meaning as, say, wonderful cash prizes and trips around the world. I come from a family of public servants, and public service has been a passion of mine my entire career. And getting to work here in the community that I love is been an amazing opportunity. And so to get to work on the general plan, which is actually a 20-year document, it's to 2040. We don't want to do this again, like in the next decade. This will always be a highlight of my career. And there's no way I could have done it without the support of Sarah Carrillo, County Counsel, because she took on so much of what I couldn't do since I was working on this general plan. And the county staff members who, when I came up with harebrained ideas at random times of day, and shot them emails saying, can you please explain this to me in a paragraph that I can cut and paste and call my own? Every single one of them stepped up, and every single one of them produced this document. So I am beyond honored and humbled that you have decided to give me this piece of paper. Because, gosh darn it, I worked really hard, and I think I deserve this piece of paper. But this document, your general plan, it is a document that is the heart and soul of this county, and it represents the hard work of so many people that could not fit into this room, and it represents the public who participated. It represents every comment letter that said it was a bad document, because those comments made that document better. And normally I like to have some type of song and dance to be able to leave a microphone, so I'm just going to back away and let Quincy go. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Quincy Yaley, CDD Director. I saw Carlin in front of Safeway about 3 years ago before I took this job, and I was selling Girl Scout cookies. And Carlin sort of danced around a little bit and said, "You should really apply. It'll be really fun." And so then here we are now, almost 3 years later, and I just want to thank Carlin. She is an amazing individual. She's so smart. And I would never be the success that I am in this job without her. I also just want to take a minute to thank my administrative assistant, Taryn Vanderpan. All of the pieces of paper that were produced, all the website documents, all of the mailings that went out, pretty much went through her hands. She should be standing here with us because this document might have been authored by many, but it was produced by her. And she was also a big part of this process. There were numerous consultants, members of the public supporting us along the way. And I just want to echo one of the things that I've learned is that when the public participates, whether they agree with us or not, it makes the process infinitely better. At every public meeting, when an individual gets up and tells us that they don't like a project, it makes us do a better job next time. And I just want to echo that any comments that we receive through the governing process make us better governors. So thank you to the board, to Tracy, to Sarah in your office, to the CDD Public Works team, and I just appreciate this. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 28?
This is consideration of adopting a certificate of recognition for Janie Fleming for 16 years of dedicated service to the District Attorney's Victim Witness Program upon her retirement.
Madam DA.
Good morning, Chairman Rotifer and members of the board. It is well, I'm not too happy about this announcement, but we'll get there. We'll get there, but it's very well deserved. I want to recognize Janie Fleming here today, who has dedicated nearly 16 years to victims of crime in our community. Janie was hired on April 18th of 2004, and within 30 minutes of the interview, the victim witness coordinator, Ginger Martin, knew she was the best candidate for this job. She had worked at behavioral health in Tehachapi, helping vulnerable people receive services and move into healing. Her dedication to service was evident in her presentation of her skills and her willingness to do whatever was asked. She really is a passionate person, and she really is passionate for victims. We offered her the position at the DA's office before she'd even gotten to Washington Street, which is very short distance, if you can imagine. She has been an advocate, or had only been an advocate for a few years when there was an incident in court, and this isn't the only one, where a defendant stood up to leave court and turned to go after the victim. Janie was there and immediately put herself between the victim and the defendant. That is what she does. She protects, she advocates, and she includes everybody. This includes all the plants in our office, which she's responsible for their care and beauty, because let me tell you, the plants in my office are only alive because Janie is there to take care of them.
We've got to talk about those plants. So.
We do. Helping people is what Janie does, and she often, as I've mentioned before, encounters people at some of the worst times in their life. And being a victim witness advocate can really take a toll on your own emotional well-being because you carry a lot of the load for the people that you are working with. Janie goes with victims to court. She stands up and reads victim impact statements when victims can't do it themselves. She acts as a liaison between the victim and the prosecutor in the case, keeping the prosecutor informed of where the victim's at, what their wants are, what their needs are, how they're feeling about the criminal justice process in general. And Janie is one, and I'm going to go off Ginger's script a little bit, but Janie is one that makes all of us do a better job. Janie is somebody that will look at a case and she will tell you, this is what the victim wants, but this is also where the victim's at and what we think you need to do. She's not afraid to address judges. She's not afraid to tell prosecutors where she thinks the strengths and weaknesses of the case are, and she just makes us all better at what we do in protecting the public in this community. We recently did a strength finder, and Janie's number one strength, shockingly enough, is an includer. She includes people. And Ginger came up with the best line to describe Janie and her passion. And I'll quote, "We are all equally important. Thus, no one should be ignored. Each of us should be included. It is the least of what we deserve." Janie, I had told Janie several years ago that I would never accept her retirement. As long as I was in the DA's office, I expected her to be there. But she has travel plans, family plans, and she certainly deserves to retire, although I certainly expect she'll be volunteering for free in my office. Sometimes you hear people say, about government work that, people come and go and you can replace people in positions. But that is not true, and certainly not true in this case, because I know very well Janie is irreplaceable. We are going to miss her. I will miss her holding me accountable each and every day. She's in there asking me and advocating for her victims, what are we doing? Why is this case taking so long? She keeps us all accountable and makes us all better. So it is with my great pleasure, but with also deep sadness, to commend and to thank Janie for 16 years nearly of dedicated service to victims of Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, before Janie gets her chance and before the board votes on the certificate of recognition, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on this. Okay, seeing none, I will read the certificate of recognition, because for 16 years you deserve to have it read. Okay. Certificate of recognition, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors commending Janie Fleming. The Board of Supervisors recognizes Janie Fleming for her 16 years of service to the citizens of Tuolumne County as a member of the District Attorney Victim Witness Program. From her hiring on April 18, 2004 through December 31, 2019, she devoted countless hours to providing support, advocacy, and dedication to the citizens of Tuolumne County and the Office of the District Attorney. Janie Fleming has served thousands of victims of crime, including homicide victims, family members, victims of sexual assault, child abuse victims, and victims of elder abuse. She has connected them with services and provided support during the criminal trial process. For the past 16 years, Janie Fleming has demonstrated her commitment to the residents of the County of Tuolumne by devoting herself to serving victims of crime, sometimes at their most vulnerable times. The County of Tuolumne desires to honor you, Janie Fleming, for your service and dedication over the past 16 years. Janie Fleming is hereby commended by this Board of Supervisors for her years of dedicated service to the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office and the Victim Witness Division and the people of Tuolumne County. The Board of Supervisors does hereby join the District Attorney's Office and the residents of Tuolumne County in expressing their sincere appreciation for the many years of service, commitment, and devotion that Janie Fleming has given to the County of Tuolumne. Dated December 17, 2019, and very proudly signed by me, the chairman of the board. Thank you very much. And I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the certificate of recognition to Jamie Fleming for 16 years of dedicated service to the District Attorney's Victim Witness Program upon her retirement.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain. And any other supervisor want to make any comments before I go present it?
I do. I'm sorry. I just thank you, Ms. Krieg, for bringing up what I was thinking about, which is there are a lot of places where we could use your help, and you've heard some of those. And I'd love to chat with you afterwards about a couple of committees that I think you would be fantastic on.
Okay. 16 years, and especially in that job, takes a special person. And I think the citation that I read says it all, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. But thank you so very much for everything you've done. Best wishes for the rest of your life and whatever you enjoy doing. And I think I did make an earlier appeal at public service, so if you want to continue, Sherry does have some ideas that you might want to talk to her about, and maybe some of the other board members do too, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
The mic's yours.
Thank
if you
you.
wish.
No, that's it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to, because I can't help myself, I'm going to shuffle up the order a little bit. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 31?
This is consideration of approving an employment agreement with Rebecca Espino, appointing her as a Human Services Agency Director.
All right, I'm going to ask Rebecca to join us up here. Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me is Rebecca Espino, who is our new Human Services Agency Director. So earlier this year, Ann Connolly, who was the former Human Services Agency Director, announced her retirement, and your board directed staff to begin looking for her replacement. Ann Connolly had been in the organization for 30 years and had been a very dedicated mentor and tutor for many of her staff. On November 19th, your board held interviews, and after the interviews, there was a unanimous vote to direct Sarah and I, County Council and myself, to begin working on a contract with Mrs. Espino. One of the things I want to highlight about Rebecca is she's worked in our county here for 29 years. She started in eligibility, and she has worked her way up to supervisor, a manager, and then deputy director, and now as a Human Services Agency Director. I have watched her from afar for many years. I used to work in the Human Services Agency, and anyone who knows Rebecca knows that she is honest, she's humble, she has great personal integrity, and she is very passionate about those that she serves. For those who don't know it, the Human Services Agency provides public assistance to many, many people within our community. And if you come to our community forums, there are some statistics that are very enlightening. 1 out of 5 people in our community receive some form of public assistance. But what's really interesting is our Human Services Agency is one of our best kept secrets. And one of the challenges I've given to Rebecca is to bring that secret to light. So with time, we'll challenge her to get out of her comfort zone as well, and to get out into the community and start talking about the services and the programs that they offer. With that being said, what I do want to go over is the highlights of her contract that we are asking you to approve, and then, of course, Rebecca can say a few words. Mrs. Espino will oversee the entire Human Services Agency, and that includes Department of Social Services, Department of Public Health, the Behavioral Health Department, and Ambulance. The Human Services Agency has over 200 employees and 1/3 of the county's budget. She has a bachelor's degree in business administration and is currently completing her master's degree in public administration, specifically with emphasis in organizational leadership. Her starting base salary will be at range 612 at the A step, which is $147,000 a year, and she is eligible for all other benefits as outlined in the executive compensation plan. And I would ask that your board would approve the contract and join me in welcoming Rebecca into this new role.
Okay. Do I have any public comment?
I think this is a wonderful hire, and I've got your back.
Not everyone gets a paid political announcement. Okay, bring it back to the board. Any comments?
Just a quick comment. These processes, when we go through them, can be challenging when we have internal candidates, and with the recognition that they're here and they're competitive. What I would say to the public is, I think this process should highlight that when there is an exhaustive search for the very best, and we always say the cream rises, know that you are the best, and I'm proud that you are the best, and you were from right here in Tuolumne County. And so, Rebecca, I'm looking forward to working with you, and just know that you have earned this on every level.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I'm confident we made a very good choice and really looking forward to all the good things that we're going to be able to do in the future. And I'd be happy to approve the contract with Rebecca when it's appropriate.
Do you have any comments or?
Yeah. So just to kind of reiterate that, it was an exhaustive search, and we did have many qualified candidates, but you were truly exceptional, and we expect exceptional things from you, and I'm very confident that we'll see that. So, and I'll be happy to second that motion from Supervisor Gray.
Okay. Anything?
Sure. Thank you for applying, and thank you for the staff, like Sherry, like Supervisor Brennan said, internally who applied as well. I've been through competitive processes before, and you never like to lose, but you move on, and everyone's professional. So I thank everybody who did apply, and for the teamwork that's going to come out of this hire. So that's it.
Yeah, people often, or not often, but every now and then ask, why do you go searching when you got great talent right where you're at? And the answer is, you never know what you'll miss until, if you don't. But we have great talent in our social services, and it's not just Rebecca. She knows that. Rebecca, you were the best. I don't have any doubts about that, and I'm excited for the future of our Human Services Department. And so, welcome aboard. I think Supervisor Gray said he would like to make the motion, but didn't, so
move.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray. I've got a second by Supervisor Campbell. Before I call for the vote, I do want to recognize that your husband's in the audience, because his life is changing as well as yours. So I think that's very important, and thank you for joining us today. And with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. I guess officially welcome aboard, although you've been serving in the capacity. The mic's yours.
Rebecca Espino, Human Services Agency Director. First, I'd like to thank the board for this amazing opportunity. I would like to thank my husband and my children for their unwavering support. I would like to thank my mentors for their guidance and their patience. And last but not least, I am thankful to be surrounded by staff who are dedicated, hardworking, and they're absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would the clerk of the board please read item number 29? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, number 29 is consideration of approving the First Amendment to the 2016 Tuolumne County Fire Service Provider Automatic Aid Agreement with the Tuolumne County Fire Services Providers.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Again, Andrew Murphy, Assistant County Fire Chief. I wanted to review this amendment with you briefly. In 2016, the Tuolumne County Fire Department and most of the other fire agencies in the county updated an agreement known in the fire service as an automatic aid agreement. The system was developed and designed to assure the closest, most appropriate fire department resources are dispatched to emergencies within and out of appropriate within participating jurisdictional boundaries. Agreements for automatic assistance and fire protection and response to all other emergencies ensures the most effective use of local fire department resources in the most expedient manner and enhances local fire department personnel working collaboratively through intergovernmental cooperation. I got to make the words smaller next time. Sorry. This automatic aid system, this is a commitment of the agencies to demonstrate public equity through the reasonable commitment and distribution of resources within their jurisdiction and to assist neighboring jurisdictions. The units are dispatched on an automatic basis, and each jurisdiction agrees that when the units are available, they will respond. So there was, like I said, this was most of the agencies in 2016 for the last 3 years. County Council Carlin and other councils have been and staff have been working diligently through many meetings and hard work and hours and back and forth with the other agency, and this came to fruition through an agreement by adding the limited waiver of sovereign immunity. The Miwok tribe, the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, through its fire department, is joining the agreement with the County of Tuolumne, Columbia Fire Protection District, Groveland Community Services District Fire Department, Jamestown Fire Protection District, Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, the City of Sonora Fire Department, Tuolumne Fire District, Twain Harte Community Services District Fire Department, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation through its Sierra Conservation Center, and Strawberry Fire Protection District will now all be, once agreed to, all part of the automatic aid agreement. And basically, in a nutshell, what that means is, so we had a structure fire this weekend on Sturgis Road. Instead of the county fire resource, it's a county fire jurisdiction, instead of waiting for the county fire resource to get there and then them calling additional resources, the resources are dispatched the same time as our resources are, in which case that response called for a battalion chief, 4 engines, and 3 water tenders. So we received aid from CAL FIRE, of course, the county fire funded, 2 county fire funded engines, Twain Harte Fire and Miwok Sugar Pine Fire, all automatically at the same time. And that reduces the response and increases efficiencies and ultimately keeps fires smaller and saves lives. So it's recommended that your board approve the First Amendment of the 2016 Tuolumne County Fire Service Providers Automatic Aid Agreement with Tuolumne County Fire Service Providers.
Okay. Do I have any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Yeah, I'll when you guys are ready, I'll move on it. Just since the Miwok Indians are in my district, but just thank the Band of Miwok Indians for signing up for this. I know they're already a good partner, but I think you just summarize it. It keeps fires smaller and saves lives, and that's what this is about. So, thank the partners for doing this.
Was that a motion too?
Yes, a motion to move on to staff recommendation for
second
the amendment.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Gray. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0.
Thank you.
Go back to fighting fires. There you go. Okay, would the clerk of the board please read item number 30?
This is a presentation on the fiscal year 2018 and 2019 road maintenance and rehabilitation account expenditures.
Let's take a 10-minute break, come back at 2:25 after, and we'll do this, and then we'll go to our 10:30 appointment. That way they can set up.
manager of the Public Works Department. Kim and I wanted to bring forward, as you know, with the passing of SB 1, we have the what we call the Rehabilitation Maintenance RMRA funds, and instead of everyone looking at a boring report from the State Controller's Office of all the projects we did, we wanted to bring forward with pictures and a presentation and just kind of a report of what actually was done with these money that was spent. So moving forward, whoops, it jumped, pardon me. Just to remind everyone, our mission statement, as we rehabilitate the items in the roadway, we're looking at a safe community as well as promoting economic prosperity and enhancing those roadways, making it safe for the traveling public. And I apologize, this mouse is jumping this, so I just want to bring us back. The SB 1 bill was passed, Senate bill was passed back in 2017, bringing additional revenues into the same way in which we receive our gas tax dollars, the same formulas, but then it goes into a separate account, which is the road maintenance and rehabilitation account. So bringing forward, that's also in our budget as listed as an SB 1 department. So staff wanted to look at different areas where we could use and expend these funds. So we looked at developing the different programs, the ditching and spraying program, traffic and safety, rehabilitation and surface treatments. This is part of your preventative maintenance, and the reconstruction program. We also can add more programs in the future. This is where we've started, but we wanted to just kind of move forward. The traffic and safety program covers a lot. This can also include guardrail when we bring those projects forward too. But in 17-18 and fiscal years 18-19, we spent approximately $122,000 with the traffic and safety program. This included installing battery backups, upgrading some outdated controllers, and also supplementing one of our capital projects on Parrots Ferry and Pedro Y. We also identified a culvert program. This is a lot of the roadway infrastructure that you can't see. It's underneath the pavement. And as you can see kind of in the center there, some of our infrastructure has really been dilapidating, and we are now finding those and replacing those. A lot of these projects that you're seeing here were done by force account. Tracy kind of touched base in her presentation yesterday at the Senior Center. We're restricted to public contract code doing work under $60,000. So a lot of these are our smaller culverts. They're the 36-inch and below size. And then we reach some of our bigger ones, which we have to go out to contract work. And this is the one that was the emergency storm repair done at Kewen Mill, just past Bellevue School. It was approximately $732,000, much bigger and much larger, as you can see, with the little man in the picture, greater than 36 inches. We also had our rehabilitation and surface treatment program. This was the asphalt rubber chip seal on Jacksonville Road. We expended almost $637,000 on the total project of $809,000. This is one that we also received a recycling grant from Cal Recycle in addition to our Highway Detour 120 mitigation funds. We also needed a final little amount used of $37,000 for finishing up on Yankee Hill. This 2 was an asphalt rubber chip seal. The cost was a little bit more per mile based on we actually laid down a hot mix leveling course. Working towards still on the rehabilitation and reconstruction, we did Parrott's Ferry. There was additional funds that were needed, and so the combination of the first phase and the second phase was $2.1 million for approximately a little over a mile. We're also moving forward with current projects that are in the works. This is in our preliminary engineering phase. This is looking at the reconstruction of Q and Mill Road. There's a small segment that our consultants were using the following weight deflectometer. This allows us to be able to see under the pavement. This is kind of the science behind engineering. It allows us to see some of those voided spots as well that we wouldn't normally see just doing a surface inspection. And that's really it. We just wanted to present that accounting data in more of a picture form to really present what has been happening out on the roadways with the expenditures of our SB1 funds.
Okay.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
We're going to be looking at other projects and stuff, and we're going to come back to the board here in the near future with the ideas that you have on what projects we're going to be working on.
Yes, so every year your board actually has to adopt a resolution identifying those projects. We are currently pulling together those projects, evaluating them, especially through our pavement management program, working with our road operations and our road superintendent, seeing the high areas where we do a lot of maintenance requests, and bringing forward those projects to get ready for you for presentation to you in April.
Right, thank you.
Any other, Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, thank you for the report out. Just 2 quick comments. One is on the battery backups, and with the 4 installations, are all of the county signals now, do they have battery backups?
Yes. Okay. There was ones that we adopted from, or acquired, I shouldn't say adopted, acquired from Caltrans. That's at Hess and Monoway and a lot of those that didn't have the battery backups, and so those were those 4 battery backups. But all systems we actually require when we install a new signal to have that battery backup.
Okay. And then the other comment would be about cleaning culverts on, we have some roads that we share with the Forest Service, and part of those are county maintained, part of those are Forest Service. Those roads are really important to our ability to respond to wildfires. And so I had some questions at the Natural Resource Committee about the piece that the county is responsible for, just some comments about really ensuring that we're keeping those culverts and ditches done so we don't lose the roads, because we have some road issues going on the National Forest System lands, which we're not responsible for, but we do have segments that they are county roads. And so 5 and 01, there were a couple of examples that were thrown out. Just wanted
Yeah, no, we can definitely work with Forest Service in looking at that corridor.
make sure our county portion, that the culverts are clean. We can't afford to lose those roads.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other board? Yes, Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, but basically one of the things that I'm interested in is as we do improvements to some of our existing roads, that we keep in mind, sidewalks, hiking, biking paths along the established roadways, and seeing what additional costs would that take to improve these roads to be more pedestrian and biking friendly. If the costs are not prohibitive, then if it means sacrificing in some other area, analyzing whether or not that makes sense. That's kind of I think a priority that hits a lot of areas. For one thing, it makes our community nicer, makes property values go up in general. The other benefit to that is that it can provide additional ingress and egress routes for emergency vehicles in the event of a fire or other kind of natural disaster in a lot of these areas that are either penned in with one road one access road or maybe just two. So it provides additional safety routes for those areas. So any way we can kind of look into that element of it as we do some of these improvement projects. And thank you very much. I mean, you're hitting some of the really important and long neglected areas of the county.
So, yeah.
No.
So I share Supervisor Campbell's points. Getting towards complete streets projects, I think, is really important. And it really is. I mean, you know, we talk about public safety a lot. Folks that work on our roads, that's public safety, okay? I mean, so it's really important. Anybody else? Okay. I'm going to ask for
Can I just for clarification?
Yeah.
These ladies are on our fire resiliency task force, and absolutely concur. And we are. That is in the conversations and the program of achievements that we're looking at.
Public comment. Seeing none. Information only. Thank you very much. Good presentation. Always like pictures. Okay. Would the clerk of the board please read our 10:30 appointment?
This is a presentation of the Economic Development Department quarterly report.
You didn't bring the flash drive? No. Okay.
I know. Should we? I can open it up.
Don't have it.
Yeah, I can send us an email.
Okay, let's get it real quick.
Oh yes, thank you.
Because we're going to get a report from the Forest Service. Supervisor Rotifer, we might need a few minutes in order to get this up on the screen. I'm sorry, could we take like a 5-minute recess and we'll be ready?
Sure, we'll do another 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Well, let's yeah. We'll come back at about 45.
Off with was I want to make sure that everyone knew what Cole's first goals were as coming in as a new economic development director, and that this is a new department for us as we are all learning what this role looks like and those expectations are. We will discuss those today, and then we have a follow-up item with a staff recommendation based on what we've been reviewing and watching these last months. So with that said, when Cole first came on, he was given the goal first of really making himself known in the community. What his goal was to begin introducing himself to local businesses, because what he was directed to do was first focus on retention, then expansion, and then attraction. And so the goal of getting out, making eye to eye, shaking hands, letting his presence be known and the services that he has offered. Our office did do some random calls and lots of positive feedback for Cole, and that they were very thankful that he was so proactive and out there and introducing himself. With that being said, I'd like to give Cole now the opportunity to give his presentation and any questions after that. Thank you.
Good morning, board. Thank you for that delay. Learning the process and excited to be a part of it. I want to thank you again for trusted me with this position. It's been a really fun first 5 months. I've really enjoyed it, and happy to give you this report and kind of give you an update of what I've been up to. So we can start with your mission statement. I keep that in mind as I move forward. And when it comes to the Economic Development Department, any Economic Development Department kind of has 3 pillars of what they're interested in focusing on, which is the business retention, business expansion, and business attraction. And really what that comes down to is retention is about supporting businesses to stay. Expansion is about assisting businesses to grow in our county, and attraction is facilitating businesses to join our community. And so with that in mind, I worked my way kind of going through those 3 pillars. And as Tracy mentioned, I focus on your kind of suggestion on that retention piece to kind of get started and make sure everyone knows what it is our department will do and be able to help with, and then move forward. But what I found through my interactions with not just businesses, but the community service organizations like Rotary and Chambers, was that our community needs more than just the 3 pillars of economic development. They wanted a person in this department to also have a longer term focus on kind of community issues and community priorities. And so what came out of that was talks about housing, talks about infrastructure, investment and different resources that will be available, but also public benefit projects. And so I'll kind of outline how I've also been helping with those as well, based on public feedback. So on business retention, really that comes down to making sure everyone understands and knows who I am, being able to understand different resources available, not just in our county, but businesses and then state resources. And then being in that outreach, and then I've been really trying to communicate with our county departments itself, and one of those big ones was the new Community Development Department. And then assistance, and that is the kind of the Small Business Development Center, motherload job training, and just different resources available. And so when it comes to retention, one of the big ones that always comes up is workforce. And so we have quite a few different programs at Columbia College and motherload job training. And so I made a priority to make sure I connected the Columbia College with as many people as I could when it came to their different programs available. And for example, one of those is the airport. I went out and met with Benny, our administrator at the airport, and we were talking about what they need and their workforce that they need at the airport itself. And what came up was they needed a program that would work pretty well with the Columbia College's welding program or workforce program. So that's kind of a connection and idea that we worked on. Being out in front of the public, I've been trying to stay on top of Union Democrat, my motherload, and make sure that when I'm on those programs or having an opportunity to be in the newspaper, I make sure I have my phone number. I always offer my cell phone so anyone can call me with any questions and ask me any questions, but also talk about all those resources. And also retention, one of the biggest things is referrals. I mentioned it to the Small Business Development Center and motherload job training. And so whenever I went to a business, I made sure to talk about it, but we had about 15 that actually followed up and went to the SBDC and motherload job training, and I make sure I consistently keep up with them. I've been weekly visiting with Quincy at the Community Development Department and Kim at the Public Works, but that also included meeting with the different departments, so Brian at Code Compliance, and OES staff, Madeline, and GIS. And so there's quite a different projects we work together on. I put in 3 examples of some businesses that I did assist in a retention level effort, and one of them was just it's as simple as a visit. I went up to the Mono Visit Shopping Center and just walked around and introduced myself to all those different businesses, and one of those was the manager of the whole shopping complex, and we were talking about what was going on at the complex, and I noticed that out in front of the community church that is one of their tenants, they still had caution tape, and it looked like one of their posts was broken. And we had a discussion about that, and that in the end, they had a permit they were trying to get to fix that post at our community development department, but we were having a misunderstanding on, is it engineering, or are they keeping their entire post? Do they want to have a new post? And so I was able to facilitate essentially that coming to a quicker end and being able to have them fix that post it's just the little things, I think. Revive Coffee is actually really fun. They had an idea of doing a parklet. They had no idea what that concept was or how to make it work, and so I've been working with Kim, Quincy, and our entire department to allow them an opportunity to expand their business to offer outdoor drinking, but also expand within the county. They have the opportunity to have a second location, and I've been working with them on that. And Sonora Plaza, just making sure that whenever there's something going on up there, I'm in talks with them. Some things that are going to come up is a Tuolumne County Resiliency Summit. It was mentioned in the Union Democrat article, but the goal is to have a May 2020 where we have Cal OES, RCRC, and EDA funding opportunities come and speak directly to our businesses about what it is they can do to plan for wildfire disasters or any sort of disaster in our county, including a down market strategy plan. In past November, we had an economic summit with the goal of making the business chambers and business organizations get together to kind of talk about positive aspects that are coming in our county and have an opportunity of hear about a housing idea of how we can build some workforce housing. In the world of business expansion, it's really about facilitating connections, finding funding sources, and then sharing local business opportunity ideas. So that's making sure that I'm very aware of what businesses are in the county so that I can understand when it comes to that attraction piece, who really fits into the community and would benefit from being close to a supplier or someone making something in town. And so one of the things that I did as I worked with the Twain Hart Shopping Center, which is unfortunately at about a 50-60% vacant rate right now. They have 3 anchor tenants, and he hasn't had a real kind of movement in the upper half. And so I brought him 11 different businesses to kind of look through the shopping center to find a location, and hopefully we can work something out. And I know at least one of those businesses are moving forward with a potential idea the beginning of 2020. I've also been working with the Community Development Department on quite a few pre-application and application businesses. And so those are kind of a list of hotels, bed and breakfast, tourism, recreational businesses, natural resources, and then subdivisions, making sure that if there is a pre-app subdivision, they know I'm available and will help work with them and coordinate anything I can. But also final map subdivisions. We have quite a few communities that already have final maps, but don't have any sticks in the ground. So how can I help them assist in figuring out if it is that they're going to keep it, to actually start building, and if they want to sell it, how do we help him kind of, or that person sell that business and make it more economically viable. Assisting Sierra Northern, we have a really great opportunity. They have about $30 to $35 million to renovate the track from Riverbank to Standard. Unfortunately, we are the end of the line in their mind, so I have been working on a way to bring our renovation date closer rather than 5.5 to 6 years. And so I've been working with Sierra Northern frequently on that. And then kind of along the theme of having another opportunity for businesses to learn and get educated on state resources, we're going to do a funding seminar in September. The Small Business Development Center will probably work with us to deliver that summit, and it's going to be iBank, CDFIs, and revolving loan funds so that we can educate businesses in our community on how they can find funding from state and local grants. So when it comes to the business attraction piece, this is really about knowing what's available in Tuolumne County, making sure that there's an outreach to businesses from outside of our county to know who to call if they want to come, and then also connecting them to the specific resources within our community. So this is just a small list of examples of businesses that I reached out to. Target, Aldi, regionally small groceries. Those were actually, like, you can think of Marval's, and there's one that just moved into Calaveras County from Lodi, trying to see if they can join our community too, rather than just the larger retail stores. This dip braising company is actually a really great story of why this position is important. They were interested in our county but didn't know where to locate or even how to join. And then they also had the additional concern of they're a dip braising company, so that means they have to have a molten salt bath that's 2,000 degrees or something like this. And if the power goes off, that's worse than them having to, it starts their whole entire process over. So we had to work through kind of how can we join the community even if there is a power shutoff. And then I've been coordinating with all the different shopping managers. And the other thing that's really interesting is trying to create new ideas on attracting the people that would join our community. And so one of the things that I've consistently heard and kind of learned is when it comes to, let's say, Kinematic or Front Porch or the old Microtronics or the prior to Sandvik, those companies were actually business owners that had a tie to Tuolumne County, be it they graduated from high school or had family or had a second home in Tuolumne County. So really one of the things that I think would work is a come home campaign where we reach out to those people that have a connection to Tuolumne County and have them join us back. So just kind of think of ideas of different ways to attract businesses rather than just saying, I'm going to call Target or I'm going to call Apple and ask them to come to town, right? So this is kind of just an outline of essentially who I've reached out to. And that's about 511 different businesses and organizations. And so when you look at this pie chart, local small business means it's from Tuolumne County, less than 50 employees. When it comes to a local business, that's a local Tuolumne County business with more than 50 employees. Same for out of town. Local organizations are thinking about your Rotaries, your Soroptimist groups, your chambers. Statewide organizations, I have a list on the next page of different statewide organizations. And then when it comes to conferences, I went to about 5 or 6 conferences, and each time drove there and back that same day. Resources, these are just making sure that you understand the resources that are available. Because a lot of businesses, they call and they need data. They want a sales pitch, and they want sources of data that you think are important for your county consolidated. And so what I did is I created a business resource guide. I've allowed you guys to see this. I only have one copy. If anyone in the public would like to view it, we're going to have a roll of prints come out pretty soon if that is something that anyone's interested in seeing. I have an opportunity investment zone map that I've worked with Madeline and GIS. A couple of those are printed and out on the back table if anyone is interested. We're working with the Small Business Development Center to actually update the Small Business Resource Guide. So this is if someone brand new has never started a business, wants to learn how to start a business in the community. I would check in periodically with the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, make sure we know what businesses are available. And then this is a list of some of the state organizations that I've directly contacted with and had conversations with. So Office of Emergency Services, CalEd is an association for economic development directors, California Emerging Tech Fund. GoBiz is the office for the Small Business Administration for the governor and has a ton of resources. Central Valley District, that's who runs our local parks in town. Yosemite National Park, Team California, they help with site selection at a statewide basis, and quite a few others. Some of the conferences that I attended are the North State Connected Broadband for Rural Communities, the Yosemite Gateway Partners, the Tri-Chamber Events, EDA Disaster Recovery. That's a really great grant opportunity, and we're actually working with 3 different opportunities within this county to get some funding. Team California, meeting the consultants. And then finally, I'm working on, it's getting cut off here, a website so that we have all of those resources consolidated into one location. When it comes to housing, one of the things that I hear frequently from business owners and when it comes to recruitment is they want to have access and be able to understand why we don't have some newer housing or workforce housing. And so really what I've been trying to do is just understand the housing conversation. And so I've had meetings with developers, county staff, and different key stakeholders and businesses. Yosemite Gateway Partners, their entire quarterly meeting for 3 days was actually dedicated just to transportation and housing. So this isn't a conversation that Tuolumne County is having alone, and including California. I had a coordinated visit with Quincy with the Community Development Department to the city of Folsom. We actually went and met with their planning director to hear kind of how they run their department, how they're dealing with the growth of Folsom, and then also about master planned communities. So just it was a nice idea, a way to coordinate a meeting to learn something new and not from our county. We've met with the Housing and Community Development from the state. The Opportunity Investment Zones is a really great opportunity for ways to make housing happen. And then also, I was approached by a developer out of LA that had an interesting idea to work with private developers. And I've been helping him kind of connect with any businesses that may think that's a good opportunity. And so I've been a facilitator for him. When it comes to infrastructure, we're focusing right now very heavily on broadband because it comes up a lot with businesses. They want adequate, better supply of speeds rather than the served, which is 6 up and 1 down. And so what I've done is reached out to Vast Network. They're the Central Valley CVIN. They're the ones that put in a broadband fiber on the middle mile through Columbia and through town and down 108. So we've been having conversations with them about how they're going to market it better and offer their service. And then I've reached out to a lot of the national and local internet service providers. And then there's going to be a broadband summit that is very exciting in February at Black Oak Casino. The Central Sierra region is coming, so you can think of Amador, Alpine, Calaveras, Mariposa. But more importantly, there's been a lot of interest from the people that actually make legislative changes to broadband, but also the grant funding for broadband. So this is a really amazing opportunity to declare as a county and as a Central Sierra region what it is and what we need, but actually have individuals from the state and businesses and providers hear what we want and try to hopefully make some way along. I'll pretend to call it innovative, but it was a citizen that brought it to my attention, and I kind of led the charge on it. It's called the CCA, and it's just a way to kind of aggregate energy to allow a public utility, essentially kind of think like a TUD, to sell energy to its citizens. And this was actually a really great opportunity because of our TPPA, which is our ability to sell power out of New Maloney's. And with that, we could have essentially offered energy prices that would be below what we currently get with our one provider of energy. And so I ran along the line of trying to figure out through Pioneer Energy is already a CCA that's in Placer County that would be similar to ours. Worked with Pacific Energy Consultants who had done a feasibility study on CCAs in our counties before, and then reached out to quite a few different energy sources. And that is still in the talks, but we're trying to figure out if that's actual legal use. And so that should be something that will come up. And it's actually really exciting if it can work. And talk about an economic driver, if we can offer lower energy prices. That's what it is. Finally, just some key statistics of note that I think are very important, and from what I've heard, is the population projections. We're not projected to grow substantially over the next 5 years. But more importantly, what I think are the next two. I hear consistently that we're worried about job growth. And while I absolutely agree with job growth in our community is important, there's also a concern of mine for job replacement. If you think about the demographics of our county and those that are 45, 50 plus, there's 500 residents that will retire soon. And at this point, we don't have those individuals to replace those jobs. So I see that as something that I'm going to be really concerning myself with, other than just job growth, but is job replacement. And with that, that's what I've been up to in the simplest way in the past 5 months. I'd love to answer any questions, hear what your thoughts are, give me some ideas, and go from there. Thank you again.
Staff. What am I saying? Board have any questions? Supervisor Gray?
Thank you, first of all, for the presentation. I think it's very clear. You've been a busy guy. I think the statistic that you last showed there, the 22,000 some odd retiring people, that means that, simply that there's 22,000 jobs that people need to take. So we do have jobs. That's something you hear all the time. There's no jobs. There are going to be jobs here. Now, whether that means population growth, I'm not sure. But the fact is, that's something that we can sell, that Palm Beach County does have jobs.
Yeah.
And nothing that we created, they just happen to already be there. So, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
Sure. Lots of things to say, but it's summarized up here. But I think the most important, it just caught my attention, even though I've read this a few times, is the long-term community priorities. Because like you said, you've been out in the community, meeting with people, meeting with, we're 5 up here, but there's a lot more wisdom in the community. So housing, infrastructure, investment in business resources, public benefit projects. So I think that as we continue to develop this agency and your role, you have done what we said, is get out, find out what people want, what they need, and you hit the ground running. But I think it's important that as we move forward, a lot of these we already know, but really make sure we don't lose sight of these and tailored to basically what the community is asking for. And then just a question, the 3 pillars that you mentioned, have you found throughout the state of California, through other economic development authorities, is that kind of the same model that they're utilizing as well, or are we special?
Yes, that's absolutely. When you go to CalEd, which is the California Association for Economic Development Directors, that is their 3 pillars are retention, expansion, and attraction.
Yeah, I could probably say a lot of things, but yeah, I'm looking forward to tailoring this as we go along. So, thank you.
Thank you,
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for that presentation. You've really been putting in the work. It's a new department and a new day, and you've done a phenomenal job expanding kind of the reach of this department beyond what is typically considered economic development and looking into these other areas. It's about building relationships and working with public and private entities. You've got just taking a research-based approach to workforce development, and then with the idea of the opportunity investment zones, I think that's a great idea. One of the things, talking about workforce development, that I'd like to look into, and it's already something that you're working on, so I just want to kind of underline it, is that looking at where our deficiencies are in terms of our workforce. As you kind of stated, looking at some of these high-tech firms, it's all well and good to try and do business attraction for them, but it's an entirely different thing looking at whether or not we have a workforce that has the kind of education that those types of careers would require. So how can we address that? Working with Columbia College to kind of shore up those deficiencies, and I know that you've done work in that area as well. Making sure that we have an educated workforce and that we are able to kind of meet the needs of what particularly higher paying jobs. That to me is the big concern, is raising our median household incomes and getting the kind of jobs that you can actually support families and have extra income to contribute to the community. And that's obviously what everyone's looking for.
Right.
So it's a pretty big competition there. But I think that you're on the right path, that you're kind of staking out your own claim to this area of advocating for the county.
Right.
And it's over these past 5 or 6 months, I think, we started out with kind of a nebulous idea of what the role was going to be for this department. And we left a lot of that work up to you, to be honest, to find that path. And I think with this report and some of the things that you're currently working on, that you've done a good job of sort of divining the right path for us. So
Thank you.
So workforce development, that's a big issue of mine, and I just encourage you to continue working strongly in that area.
Okay.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments that my fellow supervisors have made up here. And the only thing I would add is that last week when I was at RCRC, Barbara Hayes did report and thank the coordinated effort that you're providing, Cole, on this broadband summit, and interest from some of the surrounding counties. And I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open up to public comment.
Good morning, Ken Perkins, Deja Vu. I was no stop clock here today. Okay. I was in a conversation with Tracy just recently. We were sort of going back and forth and talking about economic development. And I was sort of giving some of my ideas and perspective. And I actually prepared a 10-page kind of an overall analysis. But I don't think I'm going to submit that because I had an epiphany yesterday in a conversation I heard on NPR about economic development. And it just got me thinking in a whole different direction. But first I want to say is that to me, this is what I've heard today is a lot of work, a lot of busy stuff, but we've done this before. TCEDA did this for 10 years, and the biggest complaint was, okay, you did a lot of work, but what was the results? I think next time at maybe your presentation, put up all the things that aren't going right, like the population decline, the decline in payrolls. There's these economic indicators of success that I've sent to the board, I sent to TCEDA, and no one ever talks about those. Those things that make a community viable and give it vitality and give it optimism. Get those up there first, then align what you're working on to impact those indicators of success. All I've heard today was just the same stuff that TCEDA sold. And if you go down that path again, at the year's end, you'll have the same kind of report, but are those indicators of success changed at all? So getting back to my this NPR report by a couple of college professors, and they're reporting on the thousands of rural communities that are in decline. Populations are going down. They don't have anything to entice business expansion, business attraction. That's not happening for them, and it's not going to happen. I believe that we're in a better state than that, but I believe we're in a state of stagnation, and we will be for some time. So my recommendation is to figure out what it is that we want, what we want to be. Where is the optimism that we have in our community, and then tap into that in some way so that we can have an honest discussion about the things that we really need to work on to either stabilize our community or prevent its decline. Because all of the indicators are there. They've been there for 5 years, and they haven't changed. They're flatlined or they're going down. So my recommendation is to take all of that work and just focus on those indicators of success and see how you can impact them. And I think you'll have a lot better success. Any questions?
No, thank you very much for your comments. Okay.
Good morning. Steve Campbell. I'm the broker owner at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services California Realty here in Sonora and Tuolumne County, and a property owner in Tuolumne County as well. I wanted to just comment. I had the opportunity to hear Mr. Perkins' reference to the NPR article last evening, in fact, at the city council meeting. And I did a little research on my own, and Mr. Perkins indicated his excitement with the article and all, and I did a little further reading about that. And one of the challenges and, quite frankly, the disappointments, I didn't find it very encouraging or exciting. I found it actually quite a downer, a little bit on the depressing side, if you will. And the bottom line is that some of these small rural communities have basically resigned themselves to the fact that they are shrinking, and finding ways to optimize quality of life in the process of their decline. And I would just add the emphasis that that is not what I believe this county, and certainly all of you, have any interest in. I have a lot of family history here in California. I have a family here, my father, a grandfather, a business owner. I look to the future, and not one of compromise, not one of acceptance. And one of the key authors of the article makes some comments, just want to throw a few out here, that says, he argues that towns shouldn't spend money trying to lure new residents to shore up population numbers. They should focus on making life better for the residents they still have. Now, that's quite a compromise, isn't it? They refer to this as this will get your attention, the Shrink Smart Project. Okay. Again, not very exciting. The town, one of the towns they're referring to is it's a place that's shrinking, losing people, but it's still a place that people love to live in. They're very loyal to. Sound familiar? But it's also a place that outsiders look at and think, I don't really want to live there. It's a good place to have a home. It may be a good place that your children can come visit sometimes. But embracing the idea that it can both shrink and improve is the challenge, and they've cleaned up some neighborhoods, etc. By the way, these towns are, I believe, all, if not mostly, outside California. And trying to renovate neighborhoods, I know some of the capital costs, obviously, involved in a few projects in that regard, just to get a building approved, which was the subject of last night's council meeting. The capital cost for a project, the entitlement costs, the mitigation fees, et cetera, to make any material changes is going to be a tremendous challenge and also a great burden on our collective efforts to economic development. He also, in conclusion, he offered that he freely admits that the town would really prefer to grow instead of shrink. But in the meantime, the leaders have made progress on the quality of life fundamentals. I guess I wanted to share this just to make clear we're not alone, which I think Mr. Perkins also certainly is underscoring. But I, for one, want to underscore the importance of we have got to become much more aggressive in our efforts to attract capital to this county. And as a long-term businessman of some 45 years, that is what it's all about. We have got to attract capital to this county. And that can take different forms, but we have got to find innovative ways to create and provide incentives to bring capital here. A lot of things follow capital. Jobs, money, other investments. And part of that, of course, is housing. And admittedly, being in the real estate business, I'm very close to that. And that is a growing challenge. We don't have any middle market housing here. The quality of housing is in question. The availability of affordable housing is a problem. The hospital has problems recruiting physicians and talented people here for the lack of available housing. So I just wanted to underscore those things and commend, in closing, commend the beginning that our new economic director has provided. Some first impressions are his effort obviously is extremely focused, well coordinated, showing some innovation, enhanced transparency. And so I want to compliment you for your very high energy beginning. And in closing, just I want to say that relative to the obvious history that we've had here in this county of economic development agencies, et cetera, and some of the criticisms and the lawsuits, et cetera, it was my impression that I had thought that the lawsuits and activity criticism was largely focused on methodology, maybe methods, lack of transparency, certain judgment calls, oversight challenges, et cetera, but not the objective. I want to just underscore that, and I hope that remains the case, that there is no question about the validity or the importance of the objective of economic growth in this community. We sorely need it. Methodology is a whole other issue, but let's not lose sight of the objective. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Ron Koff speaking on behalf of the Tuolumne County Business Council. After sitting through a lot of your budget hearings, and when you're struggling with how are you going to balance a budget, how are you going to deal with your core services, how are you going to make that work, you have a lot of deferred maintenance on roads and facilities. Your costs are outpacing revenues from where you are. So the way you do that is you either increase economic development or we increase costs on residents and tourists that are coming into this town. So how do we make that work? And how do we look at some of these indicators of success? So what we're looking at, as we've talked about, there needs to be, we need more housing and we need more jobs. Well, some of the groups that are opposing some of these economic indicators or the methodology of how we go through this process, maybe they can come and support some of these projects when we do attract them. There was a group that was attracted last time that was going to bring about 60 highly needed apartments that were going to be out in Columbia, that when you talk to the hospital, they say one of the toughest things they have in attracting their doctor group is having a good interim place where these people can rent. There's not a lot of that available that's out there. When you talk to Front Porch, we're talking about increasing broadband and internet here. When you talk to Front Porch and the guy that runs that, he says in order to attract the millennials here, they want to come up and they want to live in neighborhoods and communities that have smaller lots, more of the parklets, more of the infill walking trails that are close to the core services. And he described a project that was very similar to Mountain Springs that I used to be involved in, and that project's not going to go forward with that. So how do we find some of those things that blend where some of our younger generation wants to live and tie in? Not everybody wants to be on a 3-acre lot that's sitting up in the area. They want more of these collective programs. So how do we bring in some of this housing and these different things and take them through the entitlement process that Cole's trying to coordinate and do that? But then when they come up and they're in front of you and everybody stands up, not everybody, but people stand up and say, don't approve these type of projects that we desperately need because it's going to take out that one oak tree, or how that's going to work. And when we start looking at the higher density infill projects that provide that type of workforce housing, there is more net impact on that individual project. But when you look at being able to then use the land more efficiently and put it in areas where people are closer to those core services, and you compare it to just spreading everybody out on large lots all over the place, your gross and your net impact for the overall community are much better for trying to do these type of infill developments. So if we're looking for indicators of success, then let's look at how we support those indicators of success when those projects come forward and they want to move forward and people are ready to invest their capital here, not after they've gone through 2 years of work to try and make that work and then find that something holds them up for another 2 years while they're dealing with litigation and the other things. So I think we do have a collective program as a county to look at what do we want Cole to work on, but then when those people come here and they start making those, how do we get out and support those so we can facilitate it to make it work? So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to thank Mr. Campbell, who I thought made some very intelligent comments today. So I've talked to Cole a couple times, because I'm out and about, so I hear what people say. And I'm really sick and tired of all the finger pointing and the blaming and the name calling and all that other crap. I think we're past that, and all need to let it go. And I thought his comment about making things better for people who actually live here was a really good comment. So one thing I've talked to Cole about is the number of our stores here that can't get their shelves stocked. So you can't sell product if you go in the store and the shelves are empty. And that says something to me as a resident. And we have a big box store here that was estimated that they would be doing $100 million in sales a year. That's a lot of money. And we have a lot of people that come up, and they're going to go to that store because they're going to get their supplies for camping or recreation or the weather, all of a sudden we have a snowstorm, or, we have emergency things and everybody goes to get their water and their propane and their whatever. And they tell me they can't hire employees. Well, when I go into the store, from the moment I walk in the door and I kind of wander around, I hear bitching, I hear griping. I heard this one woman, I've heard her now 3 times, and there's constant F-bombs about all of her fellow employees. And I don't want to hear that. I want to come in and say, welcome to our store. How can I help you? Can I help you find something? So I've been very impressed with Staples, because they took a lot of their people from Osh, and they have a new manager. And I always hated that store. And they're fabulous now. I've been very impressed with their customer service. And those are the kind of things that I would like to hear us kind of focus on. And like Saturday night, the place was dead. A lot of stores were empty. Weren't open. And it's December. It's the holiday season. Why aren't you promoting your own business? And a lot of people told me the other day they want a credit union up here. So where's Golden State?
Get right on that, hey? Okay. Any other public comment? Thank you all, members of the public. So, if I remember right, this is a presentation, no action. I'm just going to make some final comments. We gave you a pretty detailed list of tasks to accomplish, 3 things, right? And we kind of asked you to go out and get known in the community, pulse the community. I think you've done a lot of, you've done a great deal more than I expected personally, okay? And I'm very impressed with your effort. That was the start, and obviously we need to start focusing and moving along. But I'm very impressed with what you've done so far. I think all the comments that were given today have merit, and we ought to be listening to all of our public. It is, after all, their county. And so with that being said, I certainly, it's a good presentation, and we're looking for you to start focusing in on some of the things as we go forward. Anybody else on the board? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I think Steve hit it right on the head as he was talking about the quality of life in our county. I traveled all over the state skiing and went to college in Central Valley, and I always wanted to come home, not to make more money, not to get into politics, because I love this community. So I think moving forward, even Ken, we absolutely need to listen to your criticism and to your suggestions. And I really appreciate your tone, because it sounds like it's changed a little bit. So moving forward, what I really want, and she had said it, is just all the crap. I don't think any agency is ever going to be perfect, especially a government agency. But I'm really hoping that the future of our community with this department, I really hope that instead of us cutting the knees out from under each other, it goes away. The fact of the matter is we are a rural community, and we're always going to be struggling with this. But if we can support the businesses that are here, if we can support the generation that's coming up, a big part of my platform running for office was, man, my kid's learning coding to become an engineer. And I know that if he becomes an engineer, he's not going to be in Sonora. He's not going to be in Tuolumne County, because there's no jobs up here. So let's look at, like Steve said, capital, because what's going to bring capital is money. If I'm a business and you can somehow provide some sort of tax incentive, or if I'm running a building in the Bay Area for $50,000 a month or $20,000, whatever it is, and I can come up here and do it for $5,000, that's where the capital is going to come. So I think in the future, as we hone in on this, is try and think big and go after some big ideas, but also just have the reality that we are where we are, and we're going to have to make the best that we can. And that's why I think the community expectations are really big about having, business resources guide, opportunity investment zones, updating small business resources guide, if we can just help enhance what's already here, to me, that's a win. You know, I look at the Visitors Bureau. I don't know if we critique them as bad as we critique this, but they're kind of in the same boat. We know we have a lot of people visiting this county, and so we put money into that agency because we know there is some good at the end of it, and it's hard to track these economic indicators. But I absolutely agree, and Ken, I'd really appreciate it. You know, whenever you have ideas, meet with staff, meet with us, meet with Cole. I know we've reached out to have conversations, and I could care less about the politics of this. I really want to see this move forward and thrive, and I like to see, you know, I think the media, I appreciate them, but I think we could also sell a lot more paper if we had some good success stories about some business happenings in our community. I think people are hungry for optimism, for growth, for a good story, and Larry Cope's gone. Let's move on. But that doesn't excuse the fact that I don't want to hear from you, and I want to know if I'm screwing up or doing something wrong, or if this agency is. And for me, sitting in the seat for the next 3 years, just my commitment is to, with everything that we touch, is to just try and do it better, and try and be a good steward of the taxpayers' money that's involved here. So, capital brings capital. So we need to hone in on that and have some more discussion. But that being said, thank you guys. Thank you for the presentation. I'm sure we'll have more discussion about where this leads, and also the broadband thing. That's really big for me. I know we've had some conversations, so I'm really looking forward to seeing where that goes, looking at the county contracts coming up, talking with the feds, with their Farm Bureau, $422 million that they have set aside for rural counties. And I do think Gavin Newsom and his staff are becoming much more aware as this issue keeps getting brought up. Because we're in a day and age where you can't really operate without broadband, whether it's business or home. Or I know 3 people who I work with who live in the Central Valley who would move up here today if they had better access. So I think that's big on my list. So I've rattled off probably for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Cole.
Thank you.
Look forward to you keeping up the good work.
I will.
But also looking forward to us trying to incorporate some of the good suggestions that came out today. With that, would the clerk of the board please read our second 10:30 a.m. appointment?
This is consideration of approving a class specification for the Director of Innovation and Business Assistance.
Staff report.
Hi, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So this is a follow-up item as I have listened to and worked with Cole, listened to members of our community and to comments from the board in general. And what we started doing, when I say there was your HR director, Cole, and myself, really taking a look at economic development and what does that mean? What does that mean in a small rural area as opposed to our more urban areas? And then what does our community want? We looked at the state. We looked at how they're running some of their economic development. And what I've come up with are some points that I wanted to summarize for your board. And then we have a recommendation that we would change the classification and some of the emphasis. So a lot of this is the memo, but I do want to read some of it just for those who are listening and maybe haven't read this memo. I think it's important. Cole has brought tremendous energy and innovation and passion to economic development in our community. But we're looking at and it's very, they're not tangibles. We're not talking about always building a building. What we're talking about maybe is helping someone maintain their business so they don't lay off their employees. Or like one of the previous examples of someone who's just working through a process with some of our departments and they're getting stuck, and having someone who can step in and help see that through so that the misunderstandings are moved aside and we can get to some resolution. So as I've listened, your board created this position on March 5th, and then Cole was appointed on July 1st. Your board had a couple of closed sessions where you went over some information that Cole had shared, and you shared some ideas yourself. But the last several months have allowed staff and the board to better determine the expectations of this newly created position and department. And what I have heard is that the board's expectation is that this position is to coordinate and facilitate business retention, expansion, and attraction. Your board seems to also expect this position would be innovative and creative when assisting current and new business owners. And just to kind of summarize or define innovation, it's really about turning new ideas and concepts into something that creates value. And the value can be commercial, it can be social, or it can be organizational, or it can be all of those things at once. It seems to also be expected that this position will assist projects that support the county of Tuolumne as a whole, be those private or public. What I have heard, it is not the board's expectation that this position would create new businesses or jobs, nor should it be evaluated on such, as this position would never create either of those. It is expected that this position would facilitate and coordinate between resources to enhance and streamline the process, paving the way for others to create those opportunities. So as a result, we all started looking at what is it that we are feeling a collective conversation that's been taking place that both the board and the community would like to see. So we created this new classification that we, your staff, feel is more reflective of what your expectations and the community's expectations for this new position. If your board were to approve this new classification, I would, and then allocate the position to the 1920 budget. There is, 1920 budget. I can't remember which year we're in anymore. What I could do at that point is allocate the coal into that position. We would come back with a future item that would eliminate the economic development allocated position from the current budget. There is no additional budget impact, as it's the same range and the same benefits as outlined in his contract as the Economic Development Director. We would also bring back his contract and amend the title within it. What I wanted to also highlight in here is just a few things that are in this class specification, and it really speaks to coordination and facilitation of sometime long-term projects and strategies to coordinate assigned activities with other departments and outside agencies. The single classification is responsible to provide assistance for planning, organizing, reviewing, and evaluating economic development strategies within the county while acting as a facilitator between businesses, developers, and county departments. It also should be recognized that it is expected by your board and by myself, and I think our community, that this position would exercise considerable independence, initiative, and innovation and discretion while they're working. And one of the things I do want to say, I didn't make any comments on the previous item, but your current, Cole, our current individual serving as the Economic Director, Development Director, we meet on a weekly basis when we can. Sometimes it's just a touch base. He texts me and asks me questions to make sure am I working in the right way? Is there something I should know? Quick phone calls. I've heard very positive comments, and Cole has done all of this very independently and autonomously. I haven't gone out and held his hand to go meet all these individuals. He went out and did that on his own, and that's exactly what I heard your board and our community wants, and that's exactly what we would like to continue. So we staff would ask that you would look at this new classification and consider adopting it, allocating the position into the current budget, and then I would move Cole into that position, and the name of the department would actually become the Business Assistance and Innovation Department. And this allows for him to work both public and private in the sector, private and public sector, to coordinate and facilitate projects that would benefit our community as a whole. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Supervisor Campbell.
I have one question that's going to sound terribly nitpicky, and I apologize in advance, but it's the editor and me coming out. In the agenda, the class specification appears as innovation and business assistance, but in the class specification itself, it's the reverse, so business assistance and innovation.
Right.
Is that, was there a reason for that switch, or?
We were still determining and looking at the state, what is it that they're using, we needed that agenda language early as we were still researching and looking at this. So I did work with county council to make sure we were within what would be allowable, and it is, but that's because we just hadn't finalized it and we were still looking, and there's actually a position at the state level that has the same classification.
So it's the one in the classification, not the one on the agenda.
It's the one in the classification, not the one in the agenda, correct?
Thank you.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
motion.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same words.
right.
They're just
You
switched
don't have to
around.
apologize. I was
But you're right.
got the same thing.
I'll reflect it in the motion.
My, honestly, my preference would be to lead with innovation. I did just kind of a quick Google search, excuse me, of both terms, and it looks like innovation first and business assistance second. You get 50,000 some odd hits, and then with the reverse, it's 25,000. So it seems more common to appear in that form. I'm not aware of the state level position that you're referring to. But it seems like we're kind of starting something new. I'm certainly open to hearing the opinions of others, but I tend to favor with innovation first and then business assistance second, which I think is kind of reflective of some of the things that we've asked Cole to look into in his work.
So one of the reasons that we switched this around was looking at the other position, but also that in some of our conversations, what I've heard is we wanted to make sure that if businesses are looking for assistance, that they know it's very, very easy and quick for them to find it. So
Yeah.
either way, they can find it. And of course, whatever your board wants us to change, we will.
And that had occurred to me, and I thought, that's possible, but it's kind of part of the role I think that Cole fills is that they should be able to find him no matter what the name of the agency is. And I think he's done a good job of kind of setting that out. I think the main thing is that whatever we agree to, we just, go full at it and make it known as the agency that it is.
Supervisor Gray.
I think we're just really nitpicking.
Yeah.
I'm fine with what you did in the classification. If that seems consistent with what the state is doing, it seems like we're on good, solid ground.
Okay. Anybody else before I go to public?
Yeah, and Supervisor Campbell kind of hit on it. My concern was that when somebody searches business, that it pops up quickly. And I know our other departments that are working with Cole will also be helping in, directing. And there's a lot of cross-pollination between our different departments that are working on this. So that'd be my only comment, is that I want it to pop up.
Okay, public comment. Okay. You got to get quicker.
I have my spot because I don't want to be on the camera. I agree with Ryan. It sounds lofty and positive, and I've had it up to here with all the crap we've had to listen to for the past 2 or 3 years, and I just think it would be really nice. But I want to know how much new business cards are going to cost me.
I'll pay for his business card.
He actually has to order new cards because he gave all of them out. So this is not a
There you
replacement.
go.
He needs to order new ones anyway. So
Really good answer.
just as a yes.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. Before I call for a motion, I actually, not that it's surprising, I do often, but I do agree with Supervisor Campbell. Personally, I like innovation and business assistance better, and here's why. It has nothing to do with a Google search. But if you say business assistance and innovation, the innovation is the business is modifying the innovation. If you put innovation first and business assistance, it doesn't limit the innovation to just business assistance. I think it opens up the terrain a little bit more for him, and I certainly don't want to be limiting his terrain. So I would prefer innovation and business assistance for that reason.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
So I'll move on that recommendation, and I just kind of want to give my 2 cents. When you look at the term economic development, I think it has a whole string of ideas attached to it, and for me, I like this better. I'm a firm believer that Cole's not going to create jobs. This thing's not going to create jobs. He's there to facilitate and to be innovative and assist businesses. So I like the direction of this, but also kind of just to touch on especially since Ken's here. You know, although Cole has lots of breathing room to be innovative and do these things and not be micromanaged, and those are the best employees, because I have some that are, some that aren't. It's good, but then our commitment and what I've relayed is that we're not going to Taco Bell, we're not taking board members out, we're being very wise with our money, and we are going to be kept in the loop with all that so that we don't lose sight of just basic oversight. So although I appreciate that aspect, I just want the public to know I have not forgot that. So
okay.
I'll move on. Recommendation.
That actually brings up one question for staff. Is this class specification going to cost any additional money?
Oh, you already covered that.
No, the only thing we would do is replace the sign downstairs, but that would be the only thing. Everything, letterhead, we all print out electronically. He needs new, because I did ask, so where are you at with your business cards? As you all know, the accountant and me can't help that. And just to hit on Supervisor Kirk too, that we are meeting on a weekly basis, and we are making sure that we educate Cole on policies and procedures, and he's being very careful. But no, the only other cost would be that plaque downstairs. This is Economic Development Department. We would change it to Innovation and Business Assistance Department so that people know where he's located in the building.
Okay.
Supervisor Brennan.
And just in addition to that, because I think this presentation was very beneficial for the public, both that were here and those that were watching, and know that we are committed to doing this on some regular interval.
Yeah. So I believe I had a motion from Supervisor Kirk, and I thought I heard a Supervisor.
I will second that motion.
Okay. Second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. Go forth and continue to do great things. Thank you very much. Can the clerk of the board please read our 11:30 appointment?
This is consideration of adopting a resolution approving the Tuolumne County 2019-2023 California Child and Family Services Review Systems Improvement Plan.
Do we have to set up? Okay. Let's take 5 minutes and we'll let them get set up.
Corey Allen, Deputy Director with Social Services, the Human Services Agency. I'm here today to actually introduce to you the presenters of this System Improvement Plan discussion. But before I did that, I really was trying to take an opportunity to circle back to a prior agenda item and just tell this board how thrilled we are at the Human Services Agency with your selection of our Human Services Director. We've got Rebecca Espino here. Working with her for the last 25 of her 29 years, I can tell you you've made an excellent, the best choice, as you've each stated. And with that, I have to tell you, we're moving into a 5-year plan of improvement, and we already feel so excited about how we're going to have that leadership taking us forward. So we've got Michelle Clark, Program Manager with Social Services, and Joelle Kewish with a Division Manager with Probation. And here they go.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Chairman, members of the board.
Good morning.
Just want to make sure. So we are here today to ask your board to approve our Tuolumne County Child Welfare Services and Juvenile Probation Departments 5-year system improvement plan. And through this presentation, we are actually going to provide you an overview of what this process entails, and then also what it entailed for your local child welfare services and probation department. We are tasked with ensuring promising and evidence-based practices and ensuring safety and supportive experiences for our families and children. And so to that end, in 2001, California enacted AB 636, the Child Welfare Services Improvement and Accountability Act. So basically, to fully engage local improvements and accountability with the work that we are doing with families. So the process is known as the California Child and Family Services Review Process, or what we call the CCFSR, because it's easier to say. And is based on the philosophy of continuous quality improvement, and where the state and each local county agency work together toward a common goal of improving our child welfare and probation systems through the planning and implementation of our county self-assessment, our system improvement plan, our quarterly monitoring with the state, and our quarterly case reviews. It's quite an in-depth process. Oops. There we go. So it is a federally mandated 5-year cyclical process that starts with our county self-assessment. The county self-assessment is a comprehensive overview of the county child welfare and probation, juvenile probation programs. It is the analytical vehicle and comprehensive assessment used to determine whether our current county practices and programs are effective, and whether or not our placement programs are effective, and helps us understand areas of targeted system improvement where we need to improve upon. It includes a peer review and stakeholder focus groups to gather the qualitative information that we need. And then we also invite other counties who are actually meeting in certain outcome measures to the table to help us. They're typically around the same size, and they are invited because they may be meeting in certain measures that we are not meeting in, and so we invite them to the table for a peer review. Based on the findings of our county self-assessment, which is about a 3 to 6 month long process, we then move into developing our system improvement plan. And the county selects federal measures related to permanency, safety, and well-being to focus on for the next 5-year system improvement plan to hopefully improve these outcomes for our families and children. For each federal measure that is selected, strategies are developed to impact the measure. And then over subsequent years, we actually, through quarterly monitoring and a state technical assistant, we look to find, we work with them to determine whether or not these strategies, our strategic plan, is helping improve these outcomes, and then we make adjustments as we need, as are needed. So every year, we actually end up having to also write annual progress reports to our SIP and make adjustments where needed. Also incorporated into this process is our quarterly case reviews, and this also helps us understand the quality review of our services and practices, and it also helps to inform our staff development and training. It really kind of helps us understand the how and the why of the continuous quality improvement. So to gather our qualitative information, and this is specific to child welfare services for the most part. We did this together, but this really kind of focuses on child welfare strengths. And basically, we put together various stakeholder groups and conducted various surveys with our community partners, our service providers, our parents, and our youth, and then also our resource families and our staff. We also held a 3-day peer review in September 2018 and hosted social workers and probation officers from 9 different counties. And through this process, we were able to narrow down, our areas of strength, which really our theme kind of really focused on the fact that we are really good around collaboration and partnerships with community agencies, our service providers, and our parents. And these are just some of the things that we do well in, and one of them is just really the fact that we engage in evidence-based teaming practices that really focus on the building and supporting of critical thinking with staff, consistent decision making. It builds on being able to do comprehensive assessments, and it also brings these evidence-based teaming practices also bring everyone to the table to really hear the family's experience in this and their voice, and to value their voice. And then overwhelmingly, we also had just really good positive feedback based on our family visitation center and all that we're doing there. So that's really exciting. So through this process, we were able to also kind of identify what where we needed to focus our attention on in terms of improvements. And if there is one thing I can say about being a leader, being in a leadership role in protective services, it is that it is a very humbling experience. It is constant accountability and constant continuous improvement. I think that every time we master one area of practice, there's always another area that we are continuing to struggle in. So this list can come across as pretty daunting because I think the workload involved in all of these areas is pretty massive. But what I also learned through this process is that we can't make improvements in every possible area. So we really need to focus and pick a few areas and then focus our intention on those. And hopefully we'll focus on those areas that have the greatest impact and in those areas that we have our greatest struggles. Through this process, through the CCFSR process, we look at quantitative outcome measures to identify where we are trending nationally. There is a national standard that all counties are actually required to meet in regards to permanency, safety, and well-being. And we take the qualitative data and the quantitative data in order to identify where we're going to go in the next 5 years with our system improvement plan. So we see these as areas of opportunity, areas of growth, and I think if we can take small steps and see positive impacts for our children and families, we also know that by doing that, it's going to be contagious across many different outcomes. So these are the state. We actually are monitored. In the next 3 slides, you're actually going to kind of see what outcome measures we are required to meet in. There's state and federal measures. These are the state measures. We are monitored and measured by these, but we do not focus on these in the SIP. We actually focus on the federally recognized measures, and that's what I bring your attention to on this slide. So these are benchmarked at a national standard, and it is the expectation that each county meet or exceed these standards to ensure holistic family well-being. And what can be tricky in our small rural county is how the data sets are analyzed sometimes. Small numbers of individuals can really have huge impacts on the percentages, and so it's really important that as we move forward and determining how we want to kind of focus our SIP, that it's done using kind of the 5-year trend and to see how we've been. Because when we were analyzing the data, we did not meet in various measures, but it might have been just like a 1-year dip, again, because of the data sets being kind of wonky. And so we really needed to look at where have we been trending low, and let's focus our attention there. And we have also learned that in a lot of these data sets, if we're not, they kind of impact one another and are in conflict with one another. So for example, to get a solid outcome of reoccurring abuse, of no reoccurring abuse, we may be faced with longer term exits to permanency to correct the problem or the risk. And so these two measures are actually in direct conflict with one another, yet we are still required to be meeting in all of these measures and be doing them very well. So it's crazy because a pendulum can really swing dramatically based on case by case or as a general trend. So through our collaboration with California Department of Social Services and doing our county self-assessment, Child Welfare Services has actually decided to focus our SIP cycle on exits to permanency, and specifically permanency within 12 months of entering foster care. This is continually trended low for us. And as you will see moving forward in this presentation, our strategies really will impact that, hopefully will impact, that's our goal, is to impact those that measure.
Probation is performing above the national standard for cases in maltreatment, and that there are 0 incidents across time. There are relatively few children in care, and the infrequency of maltreatment in care makes it unlikely there will be an occurrence in any given year. It should be noted the overall probation foster care population has declined in recent years in what seems to be a trend. This may be associated with increased engagement efforts, such as CFTs, and pre-placement activities such as linkage to community-based organizations, behavioral health services, or referral to the probation clinician prior to removal. Switch. Yeah.
So I'm going to bring you back to our focus again in Child Welfare Services. Again, this measure is permanency in 12 months, and it is defined as of all children who enter foster care in a 12-month period, what percent discharge to permanency in the form of reunification, guardianship, or adoption. The national standard for this is 40, you'll see the blue line, is 40.5%. And the baseline data that we'll be using for our SIP is Q1 2018 data, and we were at 34.1%. So you can kind of see over the course of, I think this is the last 5 years, that we have trended pretty, kind of lower than the national standard. And when it was broken out, the only exit to permanency was reunification. However, in the last 2 years, the data is actually indicating that we are having fewer children reunify than in prior years. This data is actually consistent with what we did learn through our county self-assessment and our peer review. And it also, through the qualitative kind of information that we gathered, it really identified the challenges specifically to be that court seems to extend our reunification beyond 12 months, and that most hearings are actually contested and continued, and so it causes further delays for our children to, achieve permanency. And then there were other challenges noted as well, that our dependency drug court program services are really not individually based. And so case plans are really focused on compliance and services rather than individual needs of the parents. There were also findings that our substance abuse treatment services were not entirely evidence-based or trauma-informed. And then also that our visits between our parents and our children are actually based on parent compliance rather than the best interest of the children. So those were some of the challenges that we have noted in what's kind of, happening in achieving those exits to permanency in 12 months. It's also worth noting that we weren't able to find any benefit to extending reunification beyond 12 months, because it's actually showing that, it's not extending the reunification, and reunification it's not increasing the chances of it happening. It simply just delays permanency for them, is what we have learned through this past data cycle. And another distressing thing that continues to happen is that many of our outcomes are being impacted by our staff turnover. This causes frequent changes in social workers and gaps in services and practice.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Is the staff turnover, that's a tough
It's tough.
Job. So is our staff turnover unusual throughout the state, or do you know?
It's the national average, and you'll see that in a slide coming up, is actually at 30%. And we were at 50% during our county self-assessment.
And so now the 5-year journey begins. The System Improvement Plan serves as an operational agreement between the County Child Welfare Department, Probation, and the State of California. Through the development and approval of the plan, the county is committing to taking action to improve and provide better outcomes for children, youth, and families. It outlines how we will improve, and it also includes a coordinated service provision plan for how we will utilize prevention and early intervention and treatment funds to strengthen and preserve families. It's a 5-year plan that requires annual progress reports and updating to track whether action items are being completed. Our data is also monitored quarterly to evaluate whether we are meeting our outcome measures.
So what your board is going to see as we go through our strategies for child welfare services is that in many ways our strategies are interconnected and they complement one another. So for example, the core practice model, child and family teaming, safety organized practice, and the child and adolescent needs and services strengths assessment, it's a mouthful, all rely on effective family and child engagement, but they all have different focuses. So whereas CANS really focuses on the child, safety organized practice really focuses on building kind of behaviorally based plans with our parents. And then the CFTs is what really brings everyone to the table to really address the needs of all of the family members involved and hopefully to develop meaningful plans, whether they be case plans, treatment plans, or visit plans. So this is where we're going to get into the meat of kind of our strategic plan. I will go through child welfare services, and then Joelle will go through hers. But we actually have 4 strategies to improve our exits to permanency. And strategy number 1, we plan to implement core practice model and daring leadership practices and trauma-informed strategies to advance leadership and workforce development to improve staff retention. So this is where we're hopefully going to decrease our staff turnover. Like I said, at the time of doing our county self-assessment, it was actually at 50%. It's gotten better since then. But our goal is to hopefully align that with more of the national standard and decrease it to 30%.
Okay, just a real quick question again. I'm sorry for interrupting
No, you're
again.
okay. That's okay.
I don't know anything about those leadership programs, but do we know why our staff retention is not so good? I mean, do we do exit interviews? Do we have a database on what is the primary? Because just, and I'm not criticizing, because again, I don't know anything about it, but just throwing programs at people, to throw programs at people, you know, I'd rather know why they're leaving and then try and target those reasons. Are we doing that?
So we really looked at that through our county self-assessment, and there are exit interviews being done. I think we're going to be looking at trying to improve that and hopefully doing stay interviews. And so that's kind of a goal of ours. But I think that through the county self-assessment, some of the main issues were around low pay. It's the vicarious stress and the trauma that kind of goes along with it. We've really seen the stressors related to court and our court culture have really kind of elevated the turnover. And then just the unmanageable workloads. And we've also seen that higher education, you know, people are getting their master's degrees, but they're not sticking around, is kind of what we have seen.
Okay.
But we do know that this turnover is impacting our outcomes because basically, like I said, it just causes a lot of gaps in the services being provided. And it, you know, and then it also creates increased workloads to those who stick around. We are also finding that in court we are now being questioned as to whether or not it is the burden of child welfare services to provide reasonable services to family and reunification. And so we are actually now being questioned into court as to whether the judge can make legal findings as to whether or not we have provided reasonable services because of how many caseworkers our families have had throughout the life of their cases. So that, you know, is now causing stress on our staff as well.
So how how do those, the core practice model, daring leadership and all that, how does that address those issues?
So we're hoping that through the core practice model actually is an evidence-informed model that the state is actually trying to implement, and it really guides our practice, service delivery, and decision making, and hopefully I think that it hopefully changes the culture. One of the things that we're trying to do is really advance our trauma-informed practices along with that, so that staff really feel that they're supported, that they're working in an environment where they have all the resources they need to be proficient at their jobs. Through the daring leadership practices, and actually Corey, she's the one that she has been on the work group with the state, and had actually kind of went through the daring leadership model and kind of brought it to the attention because it really aligns nicely with the core practice model. And the core practice model really talks about just parallel process, how we treat our staff, how staff treats our family. It's all kind of one and the same.
Okay.
And so through the daring leadership practices, we really hope that we can give staff like a climate where they feel supported, where they can have those hard and tough conversations. It really inspires that, courage building and rumbling with vulnerability. So I think that we're trying to kind of see, and like I said, Corey actually has started to bring this to the state, and they are now actually aligning the daring leadership practices with the core practice model. So it's kind of exciting. So I put this slide in here so that you can kind of see that turnover has actually been an ongoing struggle for years. It kind of goes up and down, and I think it's really important to let the board know that while we're going to try to maintain a 70% turnover rate through our SIP cycle, a 30% turnover actually still creates massive gaps. If we have one vacancy or one social worker who goes out on extended leave, then we are still left trying to fulfill every legal and regulatory mandate for 10 to 28 children on a caseload. So the staff who do stick around, it kind of burdens them, and then they eventually burn out just because their workloads go up. It also causes us to shift staff among units, and again creates those those caseworker changes, and then so it impacts the family. We attempt to, so it also takes about 3 months to hire and recruit staff. So for that 3-month process, we are trying to fill vacancies. We're now trying to fill the gaps by using part-time social workers. And so you're not really getting like a holistic case management. It's really compartmentalized because you're using part-time staff to cover these gaps. We are also actually required to have a certain level of MSW employees to fill staff positions, and every year we do not meet this regulation, and so we update a waiver every year with the state to try to explain our dilemmas. And although we are actually doing really well in getting staff their higher level education, it's not really actually impacting staff retention. We're seeing that they are still so we're actually able to bring on MSW interns and BSW interns, and they actually help us fill gaps, but then they're not really sticking around because a lot of times they leave for higher paying jobs, or they want to get their license, and we can't support that clinical supervision. So we're not seeing that it's actually impacting our retention. So every year we update that waiver. But hopefully through this strategy, it really does aim to hopefully improve our staff well-being and hopefully their satisfaction and their retention. We also hope that it will help through the process of the entire case. If we have staff stick around, I think we'll be able to do better and improve in our outcomes. So this is our second strategy. Through timely child and family team meetings, individualized and behaviorally based case plans will be developed through parent engagement and input. Case plans will be specific to the parents' identified individual needs, goal-driven, and developed in a manner to promote behavioral change as it relates to creating safety for their children. So when children are removed from their parents because they cannot ensure their safety, our first goal is to reunite them with their families as soon as possible. And we do this using multifaceted strategies that include family engagement, maintaining family and cultural connections, connecting them to evidence-based services, and regular and frequent visitation between their family members and social workers, and parent education. So by focusing on writing individually based case plans, the goal is to help parents understand the behaviors that led to their unsafe parenting and help them focus on making behavioral changes. Child and family teams are required at regular intervals throughout the life of the case and can be requested at any time. It's more than likely that it will better engage parents with their case plans and hopefully set more realistic and specific goals to help them with their behavior for the needed behavior change, rather than solely being focused on compliance and services, because we know that attendance at services does not equal behavior change. So the other positive impact this strategy will have, hopefully, is not only will it help with permanency in the form of timely reunification, hopefully we won't see them re-enter in the future as well. So it's kind of another example of how they impact one another's the strategies. So I put this slide in there just so you can kind of see what the compliance-driven language versus behavior-driven language is in our case plans. Historically, like I said, case plans have been really compliance-driven, have been semi-vague, and really have been service-oriented, making it really difficult to be able to measure behavior change. So hopefully they will have input now into their case planning. They will be tailored to their individualized needs and developed in a manner where you can actually measure that behavior change is actually happening. By teaming and becoming more specific with our language in plans, hopefully parents can build on their strengths and take specific actions to demonstrate that they're actually making change and increasing their safety and protective capabilities for their children.
Can I just chime in real quick?
Yeah.
I think this is awesome. We were just at CSAC listening to, what is her name? The Surgeon General, the first Surgeon General. And her whole thing is on childhood trauma and the effects it has, over the course of their life, how it turns into heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's. So, I think if you have 4 of those, like your chances increase like 10 times fold.
Right.
So I've always been a firm believer in the family unit, and so any strategy that you guys come up with that addresses the parent and addresses the house structure, I think it's a much better way to go. And so just thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you. So our third strategy is to develop and implement a policy for family time based on the needs and safety of children and the behavioral change of parents. So family time between children and parents really is the key to successful and sustainable reunification. And in order to have successful reunification, family time really needs to be meaningful in terms of being able to assess whether or not the parents are actually able to meet their children's needs and mitigate the reasons that led to their removal. It needs to be child-focused. The time that they spend together really needs to be child-focused, and everything else that's going on needs to be left outside. So also, increasing the frequency and duration of these visits, it's really important that it needs to be in the best interest of the child and based on actually being able to see that behavior change is occurring with the parents. The old model of visitation has really just been watching and observing, taking notes, giving it to the social worker, and then it shows up in your court report. And it really doesn't aim to improve those areas where they're struggling in to be able to meet their children's needs. So it's really important that we assess the quality of these visits and whether or not that parents actually understand what their children's developmental needs are and be able to demonstrate that and understand that through their actions during family time. They also need to be empowered to kind of plan for their visits and have full transparency to where they are doing well and where they really need to improve so that they know kind of where they need to go. They also need to not have to worry about what's going to be documented and shared in a court report later. So we really are trying to be really transparent with our parents, give them a voice in this process, and really plan for their visits. So through a robust policy visit coaching and nurturing parenting that we provide at our visit center, we hope to be able to do this. Also, we hope to bring these things into our child and family teaming process so that parents know what their progress is. And the good news is we are actually already doing a lot of this good work in Strategy 3 through our Family Visit Center. So that's exciting. So our fourth and final strategy is that all staff will be trained in the CANS assessment and will partner with behavioral health staff to ensure completion and transparency. The results of the CANS assessment will be used to guide the CFT meetings, and family finding and engagement will inform treatment and case plans. So this is the Child and Adolescent Needs and Strength Assessment, and it is the functional tool that's been mandated by the state to be used in our child and family team process to guide case planning and decisions for our children. This strategy will ensure that all staff are trained and learn CANS and how they are actually incorporated into the child and family teaming process. It will also incorporate family finding and engagement so that families, relatives are actually better able to participate in this process and hopefully take on a more active role, extended family members in a child's life. So they could hopefully be a resource placement or even just a supportive connection throughout their lives. Because as we see through kind of this process that families end up kind of becoming estranged, and hopefully we can bring them all back together. So really this strategy is to use the CANS assessment to collaborate with the Child Support Network and to develop individualized treatment plans that are more meaningful and specific to the child's needs. And it's intended to improve multiple outcomes related to placement or permanency and then also placement stability, which I put this slide in there so that you can see what our placement stability for children have been over the past 5 years. Placement's always been tricky. I feel like I've been doing this for 18 years, and placement has always been tricky for our children. But I think it's important to see this in relation to strategy number 4 because it has continued to be an area of challenge. This measure is defined as of all children who enter foster care in a 12-month period, what is the rate of placement moves per day? The national standard is less than or equal to 4.12 placement moves per 1,000 foster care days. And in April 1st, 2017 to March 31st, 2018, our county children experienced a 5.9 rate of placement moves per day. It's improving, I think, which is really good to see. And I think it's because of our county's CFT process, where youth are now engaged to participate in this and actually have a say in what, their placement should be. When we held our youth focus group, they actually talked very positively about these CFT meetings and actually having a voice in the process. And so hopefully by using the CANS to guide the CFT and to develop a more meaningful and specific treatment plans for them, we hope to see ongoing improvements in our placement stability for our youth.
Probation summary of outcome measures and strategy rationale. I'll begin with the number of children in foster care under probation supervision, as I mentioned earlier, has been declining over recent years, which is a good thing. This reflects probation's efforts to serve youth in their homes, such as working together with the community-based organizations that Michelle talked about and I mentioned earlier, who provide in-home parenting support, such as infant and child enrichment services to help support keeping youth in the home by providing in-home parenting services and work with the youth and the family as a unit. In addition, when out-of-home placement is unavoidable, probation makes every attempt to place youth with relative to improve outcomes for that youth, including on an emergency basis pending an RFA approval and working cooperatively with DSS and the RFA unit who completes the resource family approval process for probation. Again, CFT meetings are used significantly by probation for youth, and they are utilized mainly for the purpose of keeping youth at risk of out-of-home placement in the home. When probation youth in foster care have completed their rehabilitative goals, the youth transition to child welfare services supervision if they choose to continue as a non-minor dependent. A child and family team meeting is typically held prior to that transition to make sure that everybody is on the same page, and everybody agrees with the transfer. As we move through the next few probation slides, please note that in general, the relatively small population of probation youth in foster care make analysis of data measures difficult. They do not yield many meaningful themes, and most of the data is not meaningful for the purposes of evaluating the whole program, the overall program. Regarding the measure of placement stability, youth experienced 0 placement moves and has remained under the national standard. Probation aims to hold a CFT every 3 months for children who are in group homes, and we also do them on a crisis-driven basis, changes of placement, and for behavioral issues that may arise. Regarding the measure of timely placement officer visits, during the reporting period, the placement officer achieved timely visits in 97% of the cases. The national standard for visits in the residence is 50%, and during the reporting period, the placement officer achieved timely caseworker visits in the residence about 91% of the time, which is above standard. Probation also values visits within the child's school system, which may account for some of the visits. Data for the most recent quarter 4, 2018, indicates performance has improved even more on both measures, timely visits and in the residence, to 100%. The baseline performance for the measure of achieved permanency in 12 months is 0%, 0 of 2, which is below the national standard. It should be noted there have been an average of only 4 youth in care over the last 5 years. And there was only 1 youth in that target population that was examined, and the youth did not achieve permanency in 12 months. There were 0 youth who exited during the Q1 2018 reporting period. Probation officers identify youth with violent behavior towards caregivers, as well as chronic runaways are the most challenging to maintain stability. Permanency in 12 months for children in care, 12 and 23 months exited to permanency, showed 0 of 1 child exited for the reporting period. The national standard is 43.6 children who will exit into permanency. The data shows the trend, which has measured below national standard 3 of 5 years. However, this measure has consistently only had the 1 youth which met this definition, and that makes the data not meaningful. The most recent data indicates performance has improved as 1 of 2 youth in the target population achieved permanency, thus achieving 50%, which is better than the national standard. The measure of permanency in 12 months for children in care for more than 24 months indicated during the period, the reporting period, 0 of 0 children exited to permanency. This measure has remained flat due to either no children exiting to permanency, or no children in care to exit. The most recent performance indicates that no youth, 0 of 1, in the target population exited to permanency during the period. It should be noted that sometimes it's very difficult for certain youth to return within 12 months due to their treatment requirements. For example, for specific behaviors such as sex offenders, which require some intensive programming. Re-entry to foster care after reunification. During the reporting period, 1 out of 3 children re-entered after achieving permanency, which is 33.3%. Although this is a decrease from previous years, this number is above the national standard. Given that there are only 3 children in the sample, the county cannot achieve compliance except by having no re-entries, which it has achieved in the last several reporting years. When efforts are made to prevent entry into foster care, those youth who do enter are likely to those with a higher level of needs, and this may have an impact on performance on some measures, particularly re-entry and placement stability. Probation officers in leadership regularly use CFTs with probation youth, both with youth who are placed in foster care, as well as utilizing it as a prevention strategy. And the most recent data indicates an improvement in performance because no youth re-entered foster care. The county self-assessment indicated a lack of local programming, which is needed to prevent youth from entering care. Currently, the only in-home parenting option to provide to probation youth and families is infant-child enrichment services, which includes home visits, building communication, and other in-home parenting support. There are adequate supports that have been identified for youth while they are in custody, but not for when they are returned home or in placement. Smooth transitions are difficult, and it is a struggle to get services for non-medical eligible youth, non-Medi-Cal eligible youth. It should be noted that there are no new instances of out-of-home placement or foster care have occurred since the juvenile facility opened in April of 2017. Probation's last foster care youth entered a group home in late 2016, and the foster care ended for that youth in January of 2018. Some benefits for probation youth in having the facility: families are close in proximity, which allows the probation officer to work one-on-one with that family. The child is accessible to the family, so for frequent visits and contact. Probation and juvenile hall staff have more direct control over the services and the transitional plans that occur with the youth exiting the facility. And the probation therapist provides service begins services while in custody and has the ability to continue working with that youth upon release from the facility. One strategy that was identified out of the improvement plan was a work group that could be initiated to explore access and or expansion of local programming that would help prevent entry or re-entry into foster care. The work group may involve an assessment of current services and program, a review of existing contracts or memorandums of understanding, provider capacity, and other factors in order to identify strategies for addressing this issue.
So with that, we respectfully recommend that your board approve the Tuolumne County 2019 to 2023 California Child and Family Services Review System Improvement Plan, authorizing the board chair to sign the attached board resolution, approving the SIP and the signature pages with originals made available for submission to the California Department of Social Services and the Office of Child Abuse Prevention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Just a quick comment, a great presentation. The document that the board had was 80 pages long. I have to confess, I did not read all 80 pages, but I read a lot of it. But you did a good job explaining what's going on, and when you're ready to make a motion, I'd be happy to do that.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. Can I get a copy of this report? Like Supervisor Grant, I read a lot of the pieces of this. I did not get the full 80 pages digested over the weekend. But in looking at some of the tables, my question is on the national average, and in a lot of them, how is that calculated? Do you know? Because rural counties have a different dynamic than our urban and suburban counterparts, and when we have conversations at the state level in trying to support all of the work that's being done, some of these statistics, they're statistically skewed, as you pointed out. With the reentry piece, we had one, but in order for us to be under that national average, we would have to have 0 because of the skewing of the statistics. So do you know how that's?
I think it's different for each kind of measure. Some of them are at like a point in time, and some of them are a 12-month period. And so I'm not really quite sure how they then measure that against the national standard. I
understand how we get it, but it's that national standard that I'm asking about. So because I'd like to be comparing against other rural counties, and understand and find where we find some opportunity to do some advocacy pieces for rural counties when we're looking at this. And so I guess that's the piece I'd like to have a little further conversation about. And you mentioned it, a really good presentation, and that's kind of what prompted some of this thinking for me from Dr. Nadine Harris, who is the first California Surgeon General at CSAC, and a lot of alignment in these conversations, but really brought the biological conversation to the table on what's happening biologically with these children. So thank you, and I'll be prepared to second.
And then I'll just spin off that. Could you shoot me one too? Because actually, when Dr. Harris was speaking, I emailed Heather saying, "Hey, set up a meeting with me with Heather." So I'm pursuing a meeting, and I'd like to have some of this information just to chew on when I go meet with her. So
Sure.
Cool. Thanks.
Definitely.
Okay. I've got I'm looking for the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the Tuolumne County 2023 California Child and Family Service Review Plan.
Second.
I got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation. And would the clerk of the board please read our closed session items?
Here we go. So, closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956, 9D4, one case, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956, 9D2, one case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956, 9D1, County of Tuolumne versus Billy Rom et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV 62622, and conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956D1. This is County of Tuolumne versus CalPERS administrative appeal hearing before the Office of Administrative Hearings. Case numbers 2018, 120, 460. And then conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, Eric Earhart, Ann Fremd, Kimberly Phipps, and the Authority's Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, the Board of Supervisors, can I have any public comment on any of the closed session items? Okay, the Board of Supervisors is going to work through lunch. We will be back at 1:30 for our 1:30 appointment. Do we anticipate a report out? Okay, we do anticipate a report out. That will be at 1:30. And right now we're going to recess into closed session. The hall, we're going to go ahead and get started here in about 25 seconds, if anybody is interested. I know that's a minute before I said we would, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors in open session. Real quick, which was the one that we talked about with Chris?
There's no report out. No report out on that one.
Okay, I was just going to say which numbers we were, but that's okay. We did cover two of our closed session items, and there's nothing to report on those, and we'll continue the report out after the rest of the closed session items. So with that, would the clerk of the board please read our first 1:30 appointment?
So this is a consideration of approving a settlement agreement in the matter of Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Court Superior Court Case Number CV 62142 regarding the 2018 Tuolumne County General Plan.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Brennan.
I am recusing myself from this item based on a conflict of interest for two separate reasons. I own property that could be affected by revisions to Goal 8A of the general plan, and additionally, I'm engaged in separate litigation with CSERC in my personal capacity and did not want to engage in or influence any negotiations related to attorney's fees.
Thank you. Staff report.
Thank you. On January 3rd, 2019, the Board of Supervisors certified the EIR and approved the 2018 Tuolumne County General Plan. On January 31st, CSERC filed a petition challenging the board's approval under the California Environmental Quality Act. The county and CSERC have engaged in active and productive negotiations. For the public's benefit, Supervisor Brennan recused herself from portions of the closed session discussions related to her potential conflicts of interest and was provided with redacted materials as necessary to ensure she could participate to the extent allowed. The settlement agreement before you this afternoon is the culmination of those negotiation efforts. Under the proposed settlement agreement, your board will consider amendments to the general plan, which is scheduled to be heard as your next agenda item. Approval of the settlement agreement does not amend the general plan. If your board adopts these general plan amendments, CSERC will dismiss its CEQA litigation within 5 days. After dismissal, the county will pay CSERC $70,000 of its attorney's fees. The county strongly believes in the defensibility of the 2018 general plan and its EIR. This settlement represents compromise on both sides to bring the litigation to a conclusion. It is recommended your board approve the proposed settlement agreement and authorize the chair to sign. And on, just for clarification, our closed sessions were just discussions with the board, and then county staff was directed to negotiate separately with CSERC.
Okay. Does the board have any questions on this item? Okay, open it up to public comment. Welcome, Mr. Buckley.
John Buckley, CSERC. As was stated in your materials and just shared, the county and CSERC have engaged in productive settlement negotiations. CSERC has agreed to and signed the settlement agreement, and we accept and support the resolution for general plan amendments, but we listed in the next item that are associated with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Give him your best side there, John. If you're like me, you don't have one. So, any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. And looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the settlement agreement.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. It is 4-0 with one recusal. Supervisor Brennan recused. And Supervisor Brennan, if you're listening, you're welcome back to the dais. Would the clerk of the board please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution for a general plan amendment to update the utilities, agriculture, natural resources, natural hazard, and climate change elements of the Tuolumne County General Plan.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I need Supervisor Brennan back in here. There she is. Okay. Supervisor Brennan, I believe you have another opportunity.
Before Supervisor Brennan goes into that, can I just provide a background for these recusals? The Political Reform Act requires decision makers to recuse themselves when decisions could affect their economic interests, such as their real property. With a general plan that affects the entire county, each supervisor could potentially need to recuse himself from the general plan adoption under this general rule. The Fair Political Practices Commission has addressed this constraint by allowing decision makers to participate if the conflict can be segmented from the rest of the decision. Through FPPC regulations, the FPPC has approved a process for handling conflicts in the general plan setting. First, the conflicted supervisor will need to recuse themselves. The rest of the board will discuss and decide on the conflicted issue, and then the recused supervisor can rejoin the board. Once any issues related to conflicts have been addressed, the FPPC regulations allow the recused supervisor to participate in the final vote on the general plan. Since Supervisor Brennan does have a conflict with Goal 8A of the agricultural element related to the conversion of ag land, she plans on recusing herself today and stepping down from the dais. The rest of the board will discuss Goal 8A and decide on any revisions. Once that decision is complete, Supervisor Brennan will rejoin the board, and the remainder of the general plan revisions can be discussed.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing myself from item Goal 8A
Okay.
due to a conflict of
You're
interest.
getting your steps in. Thank you. Okay. Should I open the public hearing now or wait?
I'd open it now.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director here at Tuolumne County. We are bringing forward to you some changes that are a result of the settlement agreement, collectively known as GPA 13-0053 today. Just for rehashing and for those who might be new to the game, the general plan is the constitution for growth and development in a jurisdiction. It's mandated by the state of California. Much of the contents of the general plan are also mandated, although local jurisdictions can add in certain topics that are unique or important to their community. The general plan establishes a common vision and helps the decision makers ensure that over a planning horizon, in this case a 20-year planning horizon, that the decisions are made in a consistent direction. And of course, the general plan does aim to balance growth, conservation, and quality of life of residents and visitors. It wouldn't be a general plan presentation without food, and this might be my final time to do it here as we're hopefully wrapping up the 2018 general plan. But the general plan is part of a cake, and the general plan is often the bottom layer of the cake. It works in hand with the top layer of the cake, which is our ordinance code, and the gooey stuff in the middle and all around the sides, well, that's the frosting. And so the general plan doesn't operate by itself, but works in conjunction with other planning documents as well as other state laws to ensure that we have a consistent development process and decision-making process for our county. You want me to go back? Do you want me to go forward and then go back? Sorry.
Yeah, we're just going to do Goal 8A first.
So the first change that we're bringing before your board today is Policy 8A, where there's been some language that was striked, and it eliminates a category of ag land eligible for conversion to another use without mitigation. And this would remove approximately 1,576 acres of ag land from conversion eligibility without mitigation. About 900 acres would still be remaining as eligible for conversion with the remaining criteria that we would be having in the general plan. So this is one of the changes that we're requesting your board review, consider, and make a decision on.
Okay. This is the only thing that Sherry's recused on?
That is correct.
Okay. Then in that case, if there's no questions of staff, I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close this portion of the public hearing, and I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the amendments.
Okay. Just go
on Goal 8A.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. Vote is 4-0 with one recusal, Supervisor Brennan. And Supervisor Brennan, yep, Supervisor Brennan can come back in. Okay. And with Supervisor Brennan back in, I'm going to go ahead and reopen the public hearing for the remainder and staff report.
Thank you. So the next change that we're proposing is some additional language being added to implementation program 3AA. This is a discussion regarding special commercial, which is a general plan land use designation used for commercial and commercial recreation type developments in areas that public water and public sewer are not available. And so the language here highlights water quality, water supply, and other burdens on county services as identified concerns with the use of the special commercial designation, with that evaluation to occur within the CEQA framework. Back to the agriculture element, there's some language that's been added to policy 8E3 regarding the agritourism changes that were done in the general plan. These are changes only that are going to happen in the general plan. No changes are happening in the ordinance code. And these revisions include compatibility with neighboring land uses as a part of the evaluation framework for developing standards for commercial events on ag land. I've just excerpted from the next part because it's a very long implementation program. This is from the natural resources element, and this is just an editorial change that we made, but also added in a review criteria with respect to Valley Oaks, and it adds in the removal of Valley Oaks as a trigger for requiring evaluation of oak conservation woodlands. The next change is in the natural hazards element under implementation program 17EB, which adds consultation with CAL FIRE for new development in very high fire zones. We often work very closely with CAL FIRE staff and fire staff in our Fire Prevention Bureau when we are doing development reviews, although this will highlight that in the general plan and strengthen its importance. In the climate change element, there's language that is being added to include the state 2050 goal of reducing GHG emissions to 80% below 1990 levels as a consideration when we will be creating the county's climate action plan, which is slated to occur in 2020. Two other changes in the climate change element. One is adding in that the CAP will be, the climate action plan will be adopted and implemented prior to December 31st of 2020. And then some additional language about guiding county staff and all of us on how we should be considering GHG impacts in the meantime. Moving forward, if the board adopts these changes and includes them in the 2018 general plan, it will allow staff to continuing to process development applications. Our cooking will be done, and we can move forward and begin feasting on projects that come through our department. And so we're really grateful to County Council and the work that they did to help us work with CSERC, and we are supportive of these changes that we are bringing forward to you today.
Okay, did you have a comment, County Council?
There was one more revision that the slide may have gone past, but it was policy 18A2.
Thanks, Carl.
And this policy lists out currently 44 examples of measures for, implementation program 18AA, and it lists out 44 examples for GHG reduction measures that could be included in the climate action plan, and the revision adds 2 more.
Okay. Are Am I waiting on you at all, Quincy? Okay. Thank you, Carlin. And questions by the board? I just have one, and that is, what happens if something happens between now and December 31st that precludes us from meeting that date? I mean, I don't anticipate that it will, but it's...
No, nor do I. We have a RFP ready to go. We've been waiting for this, and so we have the funding in our CDD budget to engage with a consultant and straight away work towards meeting this goal on the climate action plan.
And it's the full intent of the board to do that. I just, when I see a deadline like that in a plan like a general plan, it just, okay, what if? Okay, thank you. Without any other further questions, public comment?
John Buckley, CSERC again. As some of you know, at this time in terms of forest issues, there are many places where people can have different points of view, but in our local area, not just our center, but interests on all sides have really focused on where we can find areas of agreement and move forward. And I commend county legal counsel in particular, working with our attorneys and others, as well as our staff, to find where there are areas of agreement and resolve it and move past. And that's what I believe this wording in these amendments shows. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close.
No, you go.
I'm going to close the public hearing. Did you have something?
Just one more thing. I would actually feel more comfortable if I could read those last two bullet points. Since we did put all the other changes up on the board, I'd feel comfortable if I read them to you.
Go ahead,
they are in the master resolution.
In that case, just in case there's public comment, I'm going to reopen the public hearing.
Require all mitigation relying on offsets of GHG emissions to be quantifiable, enforceable, and additional to any GHG reductions that would otherwise have occurred, and require that when feasible, on-site design features would be utilized to reduce GHG emissions and VMT before a development applicant may purchase off-site mitigation credits or carbon offsets, and that it is an addition to implementation policy in 18AA. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Given that final statement, is there any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board, looking for a motion.
So I'd be happy to make the motion, and that motion would be as what Quincy stated on the items that we are taking action on.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Will that work?
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained. It's 5-0 this time. Would the clerk of the board please read our, thank you very much, Quincy. Would the clerk of the board please read our third 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider Casaretto. It's a resolution for a general plan amendment and a notice of exemption.
Mr. Chairman, I have to recuse myself on this item. I own property within 500 feet of this project.
See you later. Thank you. That was Supervisor Gray, by the way, if anybody's just listening. Okay. We're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, CDD Director. This is a resolution for general plan amendment GPA 19-006 to change the general plan land use designation of a 2.3 acre portion of a 3.9 acre parcel from medium density residential to general commercial. We did receive this application on August 5th. The property owner is Leonard Casaretto. Here are the vision, mission, and value statements of Tuolumne County that we use when we are processing development applications. As always, we are looking to creatively solve problems that may come up during the process. The existing zoning on the property is a mixture. It's C1, general commercial, R1, single family residential, and RE1, residential estate, 1 acre minimum. There also are a number of general plan land use designations on the site, but the only portion that we are talking about, I'll show in a map in a minute, is the area where the C1 zoning is. The site's located at 11945 Ponderosa Lane. Assessor's parcel number 7-031-001-007 and 009. This is a map of the proposed property. It's located in the main community of Groveland, and there's 3 separated pieces of property, and the area that we are discussing is in sort of the olive color where it says C1. That is the area proposed to have the general plan amendment occur. This is an aerial view of the property. It's had a lot of trees that have been removed to it due to tree beetle infestation, and the parcel is bisected by the Hetchy Railroad easement. We are now required to conduct consultation with Native American entities, and we did not receive any comments back from Chicken Ranch or the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians on the project. The project was heard by the Planning Commission on October 2nd, and they unanimously recommended approval of this project. Here are the findings. If you intend to approve this general plan amendment today, and this general plan amendment is contingent on approval of the master resolution. And so the options today is for you to approve the general plan amendment, with modifications, deny, or send the project back to staff. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move approval of General Plan Amendment GPA 19-006 based upon the following findings and contingent upon the adoption of the master resolution amending the general plan. Those findings, 1A through D, and finding 2, that the Community Resource Agency staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors direct the environmental coordinator file a notice of exemption pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines.
Okay.
Second.
Got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, 4-0 with 1 recusal. Supervisor Gray. Supervisor Gray, you're welcome to rejoin us. Okay.
4.
Will the clerk of the board please read our 4th 130?
Public hearing to consider Oxbow Investments tentative subdivision map ordinance for a zone change, general plan amendment, plan utility development, mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, this is another public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, CDD Director.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I also need to recuse myself on this item. I just realized I have a conflict in the property ownership.
And you just got home.
I know.
Okay.
I had to come back.
Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Gray. Okay. Staff report.
Okay. Here is the vision, mission, and values that we always consider when we are processing development applications, using integrity and creativity when we're working to solve problems. The project before you today is a mitigated negative declaration for General Plan Amendment 17-009, RZ 17-010, PUD 17-001, and vesting tentative subdivision map 17-045. The general plan amendment is to change the general plan on the project site from light industrial to low density residential. The zone change proposes to change the zoning from a combination of RE1, which is residential estate, 5-acre minimum, and RE5, residential estate, 5-acre minimum, to R1 with the PD overlay. That's a single-family residential zoning district with a planned unit development overlay district on that. Also requesting the planned unit development, which will allow some modifications of required development standards. And finally, the vesting tentative subdivision map for 31 lots. More specifically, the PUD is addressing several issues there.
I was just informed by council I do not have to recuse myself on this item.
Okay. Supervisor
Welcome
Gray.
back.
You got me.
Supervisor Gray is back among the living. And
The
it is in
PUD
your district, right?
No, we're okay.
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 Go ahead.
All right, no problem. The PUD is requesting a reduction in the minimum lot sizes as well as the minimum width at the front setback line. It's requesting a reduction on all setbacks on all sides, which would allow it to possibly go to a 0 lot line development on some lots, but they will always be required to maintain a 10-foot separation of buildings. And lastly, it's a reduction in the number and location of public utility easements due to that requested setback reduction. That way they can build to the lot line without being constrained by a utility easement along an internal property line. The project site's located northeast of the intersection of Tuolumne Road and Wards Ferry Road. It's behind the Stryker Court property. Assessor's parcel number 6115025 and 49. This is a map of the existing general plan land use designations on the site and in the area. You can see that it is surrounded by light industrial general plan land use designations. However, the color map doesn't really tell the story of the property or the context that it's located in because it's separated from those industrial properties by Curtis Creek and is adjacent to some public uses that are not industrial in nature. It's also located across the street from Wildcat Ranch and some other residential and commercial development in the vicinity. So there is a mix of land uses in the area. General Plan Implementation Program 3CB, and I apologize for the length up here, but I wanted to give you the whole thing, does direct staff in the county to provide flexibility in development standards when we're looking at infill projects or affordable projects. This project, I just want to be clear, will not have any affordability covenants or restrictions on the property, although the developer has indicated that the price point of the home will be coming in over $200,000, and maybe they can speak to that a little bit more if you have questions, but kind of in the $210,000 to $220,000 range. So it falls within sort of our moderate income housing product. And the county does desire us, the general plan does desire us to provide flexibility, which this project does through the reduction in the lot sizes, the setbacks, and the PUE requirements. This is a map of the property. The area that is in the dark heavy line adjacent to Tuolumne Road was purchased by this landowner from Tuolumne County in order to ensure that the project site had access. So that negotiation has been completed and is over, and this project now has access directly onto Tuolumne Road. There'll be an access road from Tuolumne Road up to the property where there'll be 29 lots. The intent is that they would be manufactured homes that would be placed on these units on the property. This is just another map that shows where there are some easements, off-site easements that they also needed to acquire from Tuolumne County in order to provide water and sewer to the property. This is a typical unit that would be on the property. The conditions of approval in the environmental document do require that the colors vary and the exterior treatments vary so that it's not one uniform model that's being used throughout the entire project. But this is typical of what they would look like, and they do incorporate many of the elements of the East Sonora design guidelines. Here's an aerial of the property, and you can see that the applicant has pushed these units away from the drainage, and so there won't be any impacts to the drainage. They've also located these units in areas on the property where it's not heavily forested with oak trees, and so they've really reduced the number of oak trees that will need to be removed as a result of the project by locating it away from the drainage and in the areas where they will require the fewest number of trees to be removed. This is a typical lot layout with approximate dimensions of how the units will fit on the project site. Anytime we're looking at small lot subdivisions, we always want to ensure that things will fit. And so there will be likely some finessing as we go through the tentative map into the final map as to how these units are situated, but this was provided by the applicant, and I wanted to share it with you. Under the California Environmental Quality Act, we are required to complete environmental review for the project. This project did trigger an initial study, which is not the shortest document to write, but not as long as an EIR. And that evaluation looked at a number of resource topic areas for potentially significant impacts, and mitigation measures to reduce levels to a less than significant impact were provided in the areas of aesthetics, biological resources, cultural resources, climate change, noise, and tribal cultural resources. We did send an opportunity for comments from neighboring property owners in the vicinity. We received 2 comments, one in favor of the project and one in opposition. We also received comments on the initial study mitigated negative declaration from Caltrans, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and CSERC. There were a number of corrections that we took care of in the initial study erratum that were pointed out in that public comment period. So those is in your agenda packet, and that's all been taken care of. There is a memo on the back table, and I did provide your board and the applicant with a short summary last night as we were working through some of these final issues. And so I did want to bring them to your attention, that there is not going to be a hammerhead located between lots 9 and 10, although there will be one provided adjacent to lot 28. There's no proposed offsite grading or tree removal for this property, so all construction activities are going to be taking place within the boundaries of the project. There's a couple of minor modifications to the conditions of approval, just clarifying the language so that there wouldn't be any questions with respect to the road easement widths and turnarounds and things like that. And there were 2 other conditions that are being suggested. One that addresses the requirement for a sidewalk within the subdivision on one side of at least of the road. And the second one is addressing if there are any future structures constructed on the property, such as carports or garages, that they would need to be consistent in architecture with the existing homes and utilize elements of the design guideline.
Quincy, those suggestions came from the Planning Commission?
Those suggestions came from staff after the Planning Commission discussion. Those 2 items were discussed at the Planning Commission, although those specific conditions were not added by the Planning Commission. Those are added by staff to further clarify. One of the issues that we've been working on with the applicant, and that was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, is a proposal for a different road alignment and road cross section than what our ordinance code allows. The application is proposing to locate a pedestrian access way or walkway immediately adjacent to the traveled way. So here you have 2 10-foot wide travel lanes here, and then immediately adjacent to the travel lane in a continuation of the pavement is where the applicant is proposing to put a pedestrian path. So, and then on the outside of that would have curb and gutter. And so there's not any shoulders that are in their proposal, nor is there a separated pedestrian path. So we put this together to sort of help clarify what the options basically are for your consideration today. The first one is what the application is proposing, which is the owner-requested road configuration, which puts a 4-foot pedestrian path immediately adjacent to the travel lane, so there wouldn't be any separation. Staff has a concern with this because oftentimes the road shoulders become parking areas, and even though it's not the intent that vehicles would be parking in this 4-foot pedestrian path, certainly because there's going to be just 2 spaces, which is the minimum required, so they're meeting the minimum required parking spaces. But there would be a concern that this space would, one, be taken up by a vehicle, just, your teenage daughter's vehicle, that there's no room in the driveway, so they park it on the street. And secondly, also is just for pedestrian safety, being located immediately adjacent to the roadway without any separation. The second scenario you have there is what the minimum required road configurations are in ordinance code. 2 10-foot travel lanes, a 4-foot shoulder, and then after that you get your curb and gutter. What staff is recommending and what is in your conditions of approval is that a sidewalk be provided, and this is supported by elements in the general plan and in the East Sonora design guidelines, that a separated sidewalk be provided in addition to the 2 4-foot wide shoulders. This topic was discussed at length in the Planning Commission meeting, and they did not make any recommendation. They did not change staff's recommendation in the staff report. So there was a discussion about the need for shoulders and county road standards, and they did not recommend that the road standards be reduced. They also did not recommend the removal of a sidewalk. They wanted that included in the recommendation to your board. I just want to make sure that it's really clear that the sidewalk is being recommended by staff as a result of the general plan and the East Sonora design guidelines. But it is not in ordinance code to be required to provide a sidewalk. So there is some discussion that we can have about that.
Okay. We probably will have that discussion. Any questions? Is that your report?
That's fine, thanks.
Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Chair. Sorry, before you go forward, I just want to clarify with Supervisor Gray that you don't have a conflict because you thought it was a different project.
I was confusing faces with projects. It's a small county. Okay. Thank you.
So, public comment then.
Good afternoon, Ron Kopf for the project. I don't have any good food analogy, so we'll just have to work on this. There might be a fourth road option where we could look, if we reduce the road cross section by 4 feet that's shown in that red on that one sheet, we could put that at back a curb, so there would be a separation by the curb. But there's only so much room in this project when you're trying to develop it at an LDR designation, which is low density development, but at 6 units to the acre that we're trying to do when you're setting back from the creek and all of the other fun things to try and save oak trees, there's only so much room to try and make all of these things work. And the county has approved other reduced road sections in the past. You approved it at Sierra Meadows that has a 20 and a 22-foot wide section. If you reduce this by 4 feet, you'd still have about 24 feet in that road and then still allow us to put the 4-foot sidewalk back a curb.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you, the staff's recommendation is I guess it's 20 feet, 2 10-foot lanes with a 4-foot
on each side,
shoulder on either side, with a curb and then a sidewalk.
You start running out of front yard.
I understand what you're doing, but what I was going to ask is, could we do without that 4-foot shoulder on one side of the road and just go immediately from the road surface to the curb, and then have a 4-foot sidewalk?
Yeah, or some variation thereof.
Or something like that.
That's what we would probably prefer to, and it would give us a separation to go by going back a curb.
I get it.
We have to have a sidewalk there. We have a safe place for people to walk.
We didn't have, we had proposed putting the sidewalk in the road cross section where some other projects have been approved with that type of criteria. if we want to separate it now and get more in the East Sonora design guidelines, we're willing to be flexible on that as well. It's just there's only so much room, and if you try and do it with that wide road section, then you put it at the back of curb, then we don't have room to put in any carports or some of those things down the road because the sidewalk would be running right through the end of the carport. There's just not enough room.
Okay.
To make that all work.
Quincy, your comment?
I've got my fellow compadres here from Public Works as well as from Fire, and I'll speak, and if I leave anything out, I'm sure they'll let me know. Okay. So the ordinance code requires that there be 4-foot wide shoulders, and the elimination of those shoulders not only would be going against ordinance code, but would also be going against our state forestry regulations, which were our road and standards implemented. Sierra Meadows is another project that does have a narrower shoulder road configuration. That was an actual, there were affordability components, covenants that were adopted with that project, pre-inclusionary ordinance. And so, it's possible that the county saw that there would be a benefit in terms of restricting units to be affordable, and that's why maybe the concessions were given. I have Steve Gregory here who can also speak to the fact that we do get calls from Sierra residents of that subdivision complaining that the roads aren't wide enough, complaining that people are parking on the shoulders, in the fire lanes, and that those things aren't being enforced. So it's not our staff's recommendation that the road shoulders be eliminated from the road cross section.
Okay. We understand. So this is just, one of those decisions to go forward. In your housing element, as Quincy put up before, Section 3CB does say you have the ability to look at this to try and do some of these higher density, even though it's low density infill. So, if it's one of those things where we end up with the wider road section and then we have the sidewalk behind it, then carports don't work and other things with it, and it just makes these type of infill difficult to accomplish. So that's one that you can make the decision on. We'll go forward with that. We can make it work either way, but obviously we would prefer to reduce the road section by 4 feet. Then that gives us enough room to put the sidewalk behind it.
Okay.
So then there's some other issues just to clarify for this type of infill neighborhood that we're looking at. So as always, when you go forward, the devil's in the details. So we just want to make sure that we're all clear and we can move forward, and then no emails or anything else going back and forth. There, in the last email that was sent out by Quincy, it was talking about that we, assuming where we are with the sidewalks, that carports may want to be installed, and it would require further evaluation by CDD and a variance due to setback requirements. Would like to have enough approval by the board that we can work with staff on that variance, and we don't have to come back in front of the board to do that. That's something we can work at the staff level on that, so that we don't go forward with that. So that was one point. Then where we're talking about the elimination of the interior PUEs, it was set up that, we're going to have all the public utility easements in the road and everything else. And with smaller lots, if you try and require a PUE on the side of each lots where we don't have it, except where we have some of the utilities to try and connect into the county deal, that just further complicates our ability to do sort of this modified zero lot line. So we would like to eliminate that. So just with the clarification of that.
Excuse me, Ron, just to clarify, is that part of staff's recommendation, Quincy?
I think that's what they recommended. I was just clarifying it.
Yeah, in the memo provided to you all, we're modifying language 36C regarding the elimination of PUEs.
That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just clarifying it so that we're making sure. Then D was a new one that came up that was TUD water and sewer easements, a minimum of 15-foot wide easements. I'd just like to have the latitude to work with TUD because we'll probably combine some of their easements with other utilities as we look at where they sit in the roads and that sidewalk area, and not necessarily say that it's a 15-foot because TUD has a number of 10-foot wide easements and 15-foot, and sometimes they'll allow 10-foot wide easements if you use ductile iron or something in that you can reduce those for short stretches where there's one section where that easement runs along the side of a house to make sure that can then connect into the PUE we purchased from the county on the site. So all I'd like is a little flexibility in that subject to approval by TUD that they could be modified or reduced.
Okay, any problem with that by staff? Okay.
Okay. All right, we're good on that. Then there were just a couple more clarifications. We'd already clarified 9 and 10, so I saw that up there. Then on this plan, what we were looking to do was, for the most part, it was the same unit that we were proposing for the 29 units, but we were looking to do additional color schemes to it, and there might be some minor modifications to the architectural elevation. There's only so much you can do to that front elevation. It might be in the railing or how we do some of the columns or something with that, but we just wanted to be clear that for the most part they were going to have a similar elevation, but we were going to do different color schemes going through this community with that, not unlike you have with a condo or townhouse development that you're putting in place.
Quincy, is staff okay with that?
Yeah, we are. Well, the condition's been changed to understand that.
Okay.
Okay. Again, just want to make sure we're all on the same song. Okay. We've talked about the interior lot lines, and for the most part, that was all of the elements we have with that. The only other thing, and I know Mo's here and others that we have with staff, but when we were looking at this project originally, there was the potential that when we were grading for that entrance road or we were grading along the edge, we could either build a retaining wall between the county property and the county property, but you have a hump in that. And so to develop that down the road, you will probably have to do some grading to take that road out. What we just wanted the option to do was possibly, when we're looking at the final infrastructure plans, to see if there was some minor grading that went on there to reduce a retaining wall that you would then be grading with down the road, if there was an ability to work on that with staff rather than just preclude it from the standpoint that there's no off-site grading on the county property. Give us the ability to at least work with staff down the road to see if it makes any sense.
Staff okay with that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just as a reminder that your board actually considered this request in closed session and denied it.
Okay. Well, then we can't readdress it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, we'll go from there.
I am correct in what I said, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I have a quick
That was a
question
yes.
for Ron.
A North Carolina, yes.
What's the size of the homes? Is there an average, or are they all the same size?
They're about 1,350 square feet.
3 bedrooms?
Yes.
3 bedroom, okay. The other community that we were talking about earlier, Quincy, where you were having calls for impacts on the road, how many homes were in that community? Do you know?
So, I'm going to throw a number out there, 75?
75. It's about 3 times the size.
Maybe more.
Maybe more. Were those homes cookie cutters, or were they all different shapes and sizes?
It's a similar floor plan. There are multiple models that were used in the development, but they're stick built, and there's some are 2-story. They've got different configurations.
Most would be 3 bedroom though.
Yeah, and they do have garages. Thanks. Yeah, they do have garages.
3 bedroom with garage, 75 people versus 29. 75 homes versus 29 homes. Okay, I'm just taking that into consideration when we're talking about density and parking and all that. Is that community similar to like the outlay of this, where it's like a roundabout, a circle with lots and whatnot?
Yeah, it's off of Jamestown Road. There's two entrances to the development, as well as sort of an internal kind of spur here and there. And that in the center of their property, of that project site, instead of having homes like this project is proposing, there's a community park and some additional guest parking there. in that center area.
This project does have 2 parking spaces per unit plus an additional six parking spaces. If we could fit more additional ones in, we would. So, okay.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment on this?
Duke York. These small lot subdivisions like this are very tricky, and it's very easy to cross over that line of safety, public safety. One of the key elements with the development of a small lot subdivision, and I live in one, so I can speak to this directly, is the fact that you have to have room for the people to park, enough room for the people to park. And in my subdivision, we have garages, we have the aprons in front of the garages, so we have 2 places in the garage, 2 places on the apron, and we had street parking. And we still get challenged because as subdivisions or families mature, what we find is that these garages get filled in with junk and stuff, and these cars get pushed out into the street. And later, and even we have the best intentions right now, but in time, these subdivisions get very tight. And Sonora Vista is a classic example where we pushed that road width down to that minimum width, and it played havoc. It makes it very difficult for fire and public health and safety issues to get in and out of some of these subdivisions. So I urge the wider road width.
Okay, other public comment?
John Buckley, CSERC. Our center actually thought it's very positive and innovative to be looking for infill development as well as concentrating a lot of small lots and be able to service them without a lot of extensive development beyond sprawling out, but really concentrating in an area that has already been affected. The only issue that our center has, and we're not opposing the project in any way, but the only issue that our center has already been brought up is there realistically suitable parking that won't result in constraints for fire access or emergency vehicle, but especially fire engines. I used to drive fire engines for the Forest Service. I know that it can be challenging when you have already narrow and then people park where they shouldn't park and they don't think that there's going to be an emergency. So as you resolve your final decision, just please keep in mind staff recommendations for the minimum safety. And in particular, think about these are 3-bedroom homes, and to think that there will only be 2 cars for a 3-bedroom home doesn't really deal with when there's mature teenagers, college students, seniors, and others that may also be living there. It's just not how our society is these days. And what happens then when they're there and families come to visit? So in our comments we provided earlier, the concern is what happens on the holiday when many people come to visit and you have a lot of extra vehicles. Where will they go? As Ron pointed out, there's 2 per unit and an additional 6 for the 29. So again, he's pointed out very accurately, it's hard to get all these things on a lot when you have a small amount of property and have all these needs. I just think a few years from now, if you're hearing issues about parking or problems, was there something that could have been done now to address it? Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, any other public comment? Close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gray, I believe this is your district.
Yeah, but I got a couple questions.
Please.
Listed as a planned unit development, do you have, is there parking restrictions in CC&Rs or that would show parking restrictions on the properties?
So any sort of parking restrictions would not be, are not a part of the project. The shoulders would not be signed for fire lanes or anything like that. And history has shown us that even if we do sign them and stripe them as fire lanes, people will park in them anyway. And so there's no plan for the county to, as a part of the project, to restrict parking within the roadway.
Okay. I'm looking at the staff recommendations and, listening to the proponent speak, that you feel that by doing that recommendation, it would preclude any carports from being built? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, when you have the way it's laid out, we were doing a 20-foot, deep driveway right at the back of curb, so that we had the ability to do that. If you have to put a 4-foot sidewalk in there, then you end up with a post for your carport that's sitting out there. I guess you could set it back 4 feet and cantilever it out if you were doing that. But then somebody's going to park their car in that, and it's going to be across the sidewalk. There's only so much depth in there, and then your house is usually set back 10 feet, so you're taking 4 feet of that up with a sidewalk, and then you have a 6-foot landscaped area in the front. You still have a walk going into the front walkway. It just cuts down into that usable space that you have. So that's why we were looking to use part of that. That 4 feet makes a big difference in how that front yard and how the overall aesthetics of the community lay out.
Okay, a question for fire on if we eliminate, say we have the proper road width and the sidewalk, and we eliminate a portion of that shoulder, is that going to be extremely detrimental to getting safety equipment in?
So I can have Steve answer that. The Planning Commission struggled with the same subject with respect to sidewalks, driveways, pedestrian access. And I believe their exact words were to sharpen the pencil, because the discussion became that, well, if there was, all of this didn't fit the required road widths and the recommended sidewalk, that it's possible that at the time of the final map, some of the density that is being proposed would not be able to be constructed as such. And there was a discussion that if at the time the final map came and several lots needed to be removed in order to fit all of that infrastructure, that was the preferred methodology of the planning committee. That was the preferred scenario for the planning commission, rather than recommending no sidewalks or reduction in road standards. Steve, do you want to talk about road widths? Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
All right. I don't know if I kind of get why the Planning Commission had issues struggling with it. So I'm just trying to sit here, take myself out, look at the big picture. We would talk about being able to provide emergency services with the width of the road. But what I'm seeing is that the 4 foot, it actually comes down to the sidewalk. Do we want to have a sidewalk in this community? I think that's what it comes down to. Because either one has a 4 foot path with a gutter. So, and I look at this map and I see Tuolumne County Fire Department is right next door. So I know each community is different. It's not apples to apples, it's apples to oranges. And so I get staff's recommendation on it. I personally don't feel like this is a big enough community to push that and to encroach upon people's lot to where it might adversely affect them building a garage. Like, I'm just thinking, if I'm going to buy this lot, I want to have as much room as I can, my front yard, for a garage. If I have kids, I don't know any kids that play on sidewalks. My kids are all out in the streets and in the forest all the time. So I'm just looking at it from a parent point of view. I feel like if this was a much bigger project, I would be more inclined to the sidewalk. But I'm seeing 29 homes. I'm seeing the lot set up here. And I feel like if there was an emergency with Tuolumne County Fire being so close, you still an engine's still going to go down the middle of the road, I think, in that community, whether there is a sidewalk or not. So my opinion is, I think a good in-between is what the owners requested, which is a 4-foot path with the gutter. Again, that's my opinion. If I'm buying a lot, I want to have as much room as possible. And again, with the size of this project, I'm glad we're having this discussion. I appreciate Buckley's comments, but that's just my 2 cents. If this was like a 100-unit project, I could see it really getting congested, but I don't feel like it's as big of a deal for me on this project. And if people, personal responsibility, if people want to park or fill their garages up with crap, then that's on them. They should be parking in their garage. And if that becomes an issue, then the community can have a good conversation about how they can provide more parking space for each other. So I'll stop ranting. That's where I stand. I think I completely get everybody's point of view. I'm just looking at it from a homeowner's point of view and from the size of the project. So,
okay, Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah. So, with all that we know with fire safety in these kind of communities, and the fact that here we are in 2019, looking at a new development without sidewalks, I think it's not a good idea. To me, it's a pretty basic element of any new development that should be considered in our community. Just looking at the fact that right now we're kind of looking at trying to develop some kind of walking paths on existing roads, and it's extremely expensive and difficult to do those types of things on the back end, whereas if it's addressed during the development stage, it's a far easier proposition. Not to mention the fact that some of the other developments that have been mentioned in this, by comparison, Sierra Meadows and Sonora Meadows, I've driven in both of those communities, and the roads are very narrow, and it's very difficult to get around. There are significant vision, line of sight issues in those communities. And there's no place to walk. There's no place to walk your dog safely along the side of the road. There are amenities in these neighborhoods that are not suitable to walk to because of the lack of necessary walking paths. And this proposed project, it's right next to a fire station. It's near Wildcat Ranch. It's relatively close to Standard Park and some other amenities in the area. And so to take that walkability element away, that's kind of a non-starter for me. Any new development that's going on now needs to have some kind of consideration for walkability. And I support the Planning Commission's comments on that, and I support staff recommendation.
Okay. Anyone else?
I might add that, to build that without a sidewalk doesn't make any sense at all. We're always struggling in the neighborhood that I live in with 22-foot wide street and always trying to jog around walkers. And people walk more. We've got to have a sidewalk. Only makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not an advocate of not doing the sidewalk. To me, the question is whether we need a 4-foot shoulder, a curb and a gutter, and a sidewalk. Okay, if I was going to make an accommodation to the developer, I would do away with a 4-foot shoulder. Maybe make that I don't know, but maybe go straight from the road surface to the curb, gutter. I grew up in neighborhoods like that all the time and had a sidewalk. I agree with the walkability. But again, I look to the fire chief and all of that in terms, I don't know. You got a 4-foot shoulder on the other side of the road. I don't know. It's your district. You make the motion.
Leave it all up to me.
Mr. Chair?
Good, yes.
Could I make a quick clarification on the required road configuration that comes out of your Chapter 1112, which is part of your 4290 in lieu regulations? In a second, I'll speak English, I promise. The Public Resources Code 4290 requires the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection to develop standard requirements for road widths and the like for fire safety purposes. This includes one-way streets, cul-de-sac length limits, and the like. In order to utilize alternate road configurations, our ordinance code actually, these provisions had to go before the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection for their certification that they were either equal to or greater than the safety factors that are set forth in 4290 regulations. So the required road configuration, and this is the one in the middle, that is what is required coming out of Chapter 1112 of the Ordinance Code. So that is our minimum. So really the discussion here is there a separated sidewalk or not?
Okay. Well, I'm glad it's in your district.
Okay, so we talked. We're doing the tentative subdivision map right now, and I'm inclined to do the required, but it doesn't show the sidewalk. So if I say we want to do staff recommendations, do we have to go back and to the Board of Forestry and have them review that?
No, the Board of Forestry is not involved in this because they have already certified our Chapter 1112. So those are the rules that we're working in. So whether or not there's a separated sidewalk from this is the required is what's coming out of our ordinance code. And if we were to change the ordinance code, that would require us to go back to the Board of Forestry.
All right. I'm just trying to figure out a way to make everybody happy, and I haven't come to that point.
You failed.
I'm a failure. So looking at this project, it's one that definitely is needed, and like Mr. Buckley says, it's a good, sound infill project. And so I wanted to go forward, but I also want to make sure that what we have there ends up being a safe project, and I believe that the developer wants that also. And so I'm going to go ahead and when I read these findings, do I have to include staff recommendations for road configuration?
I would go to Quincy for what needs to be part of that motion.
First of all, can you clarify the notes that you took that we sort of said we need to?
Sure.
When Mr. Koff was speaking.
Excuse me. One of his questions was about variances and that not needing to come back before the Board of Supervisors. Ordinance Code allows variances to either be considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission as the final decision-making body, or the Community Development Department Director can make an in-house decision. So variances typically don't come back before your board unless they are appealed. And so if in the future there was additional, there were structures that needed to go within the setback, that would be the need for the variance, and they can be handled either at the staff or the Planning Commission level. The issue with the PUD internal lot lines, we modified that language in Condition 36 to allow for an elimination of internal PUEs if there was such a situation where a building was being pushed up against the up against the lot line. With respect to the TUD 10-foot wide easements, I would suggest clarifying modification to language, adding in on Condition 36D, it's after it says a minimum of 15-foot easement, we could say, or as dictated by TUD. That would allow TUD the flexibility to determine the width of their needed easement, not the county. And offsite grading, I think that Carlin already addressed that. And so, and sort of to wrap it up, and then if we can keep talking if you have more questions, but basically with the modification language to 36D that I just suggested, Staff is suggesting two other new conditions, Condition 83, which would require a sidewalk separated from vehicle traffic, as well as Condition 84, looking at the architectural compatibility between future structures and carports. And then there were some other minor modifications provided in 36, 42, and 71, which I supplied to you. So does that help?
Yeah, okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through these findings first. I would move to approve the mitigation negative declaration, GPA 17-009, R717-010, TMS 17-054, and PUD 17-001 based on findings 1A through F. Approve the general plan amendment 17009 based on findings 2A through 2C. Approval of zone change R717-1 R010 based on findings 3A through 3C. Approve the plan unit development based on findings 4A through 4F. Approval of tentative subdivision map based on findings 5A through 5D, and also move to include the changes as stated by staff. Is that good enough?
Sounds good to me.
I'll second.
Okay. We've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain?
Opposed.
I'm sorry?
Just on the premise of the sidewalk.
So you're opposed?
Just on, yeah, based on the premise of the sidewalk.
Okay. Okay, so the vote is 4-1 with Supervisor Kirk voting nay. Okay, would the clerk of the board please read our fifth and final 130 appointment?
This is consideration of adopting a master resolution amending the Tuolumne County General Plan.
Staff report.
I'm going to start this. Under the government code, the county can only amend a mandatory element of the general plan 4 times during any calendar year. The board has approved a number of revisions to the general plan this afternoon, all subject to the adoption of the master resolution. This resolution is a compilation of your board's earlier decisions. Because these decisions have already been made, as I explained earlier, the FPPC regulations allow Supervisor Brennan to participate in the vote.
Okay. Any other staff report? That's it?
I'll just summarize it quickly for you. One is General Plan Amendment 13-0053 to update the utilities, agricultural, natural resources, natural hazards, climate change elements of the Tuolumne County General Plan. General Plan Amendment 19-006 for Castleretto, and General Plan Amendment 17-009 for the Oxbow Investment Project.
Okay. Public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Supervisor Gray moved and Supervisor Brennan seconded it on staff recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Would the clerk of the board please read our item number 32?
This is presentation and staff report on the recent visit with the California Department of Finance.
This is the way my day is going.
Okay, so we got that one up really quick. That's awesome. All right, so I'm Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me is Eric Earhart, our Assistant County Administrator, and Jason Terry, a Senior Administrative Analyst. And today we're here to talk about a meeting that we had last week with Department of Finance. When we went through our fiscal year 1920 budget process, we also had projected what could be a deficit for next year based on what we know so far this year. After that, staff had brought forward a recommendation to your board about a general revenue measure, and there were two of those. During that time, Supervisor Kirk had voiced his concern related that we had seen such a large surplus at the state level, and yet counties were struggling at the rural level to just make and meet basic services. As a result, the board directed staff to begin reaching out to the governor's office to get a meeting with them so we could go over what those impacts of our budgets were as we look forward into future years. After that time, Jason Terry began reaching out to Department of Finance. For those who don't know, the finance director for the state of California is appointed by the director, who also works on finance and budget for the governor. So Jason began reaching out to them, and he was actually able to secure a meeting relatively quickly. And so we went last week, and in that meeting was myself and Eric and Jason, as well as Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Roderfer. So what we wanted to do today was to present to the rest of the board what that presentation looked like, as well as to our community and those who are watching. If you have any questions, and then any feedback you may have.
All right, thank you. Rocio touched on a lot of the topics already, but I just want to reiterate that for many years as we've gone through the budget process, we've continually made cuts to our expenditures to try to keep up with the increase of cost of doing business. Our revenues, our department revenues, have not kept pace with the increased demand for services that are largely driven by state and federal mandates. So while most departments have seen staffing levels remain status quo, we have not, and some have actually seen a reduction in staffing, as we still continue to see a rising cost in providing those services throughout the county. Under the state constitution, under the state constitution, local government is required to provide adequate public safety. With increased demand for services due to changes in legislation and mandates, the cost of public safety has continued to increase. This means less money to provide the other services such as recreation programs, parks, and libraries. As these challenges were presented to your board during the budget process, we were directed to reach out to the governor's office, and we did that. And so today we're going to share with you the presentation that was shared last week, so that way all of your board as well as the public can see the message that we are relating to the state. So we'll go ahead and get started. So initially we want to start with just kind of an overview with who Tuolumne County is, where we are. We're located here in the foothills of the Sierra Nevadas. We have approximately 2,200 square miles of county, with only one incorporated city that makes up about 3.5 square miles. We have a population of about 54,000. That includes about 4,500 inmates at the local prison. However, 80% of our county is comprised of public or tribal lands. We have a population that over a population of 35% of our population is over 60, with about 47% being over 50 years old. Median house value is $273,000, with a median household income of $54,000. And this was brought up earlier today, but about 21% of our county is on some sort of public assistance. The intent of why we were there last week was because of the rising cost of providing public safety services, stagnant state and federal revenues, as well as the increased demand for services. Again, California Constitution tells us that the protection of public safety is the first responsibility of local government, and local officials have an obligation to give priority to the provisions of adequate public safety services. Public safety does not just mean the sheriff's patrols. It goes beyond that. It includes roads, probation, public defender, the district attorney's office. It's more than just what we see, in fire service, everything else. It's all inclusive. So we touched on that, and we talked about some of the services that we consider as public safety. Again, the Sheriff's Department, which has patrol, boat patrol, dispatch, court security, fire department, district attorney, animal control as well, a public defender, and probation. So, and you've seen a lot of this before, but we just want to reiterate, this is the message that we shared with the state. So 57% of our discretionary spending goes to public safety currently, and we've watched that increase over the years. 15% is for our administration, such as the auditor, tax collector, and assessor. 14% support services. These are IT and facilities, our internal infrastructure, 5% for recreation and library, 4% for community development. And remember, this is the net county cost, so while the overall cost is higher, we do see some revenues coming back from that. And again, this is not just about the sheriff's office or patrol, but this slide here, the reason we included this, because this is where people enter the public justice system. This has a direct correlation to the amount of caseload that we see in our district attorney's office, our public defender, probation, and all the other ancillary public safety departments. So over the years, we have seen an increase in calls for service for our sheriff's office. And the blue line there that you see is actually the staffing levels. You can see it does not fluctuate much, anywhere between 49 and I think 54 positions at the sheriff's office, dating back to 2010. So, and a couple of dates to point out is in 2011, again, this goes back to the mandates that we have. In 2011, we saw AB 109 come out. Prop 47 came out in 2014, and you see a dramatic increase in calls for service following that. And later in 2016, we have Prop 57 as well. Continue on to County Fire Department. We do have the contract with CAL FIRE, which has been very successful. We also have 22 career firefighters with Tuolumne County, and we are very dependent on volunteers. I believe we have about 56 full-time volunteers. However, we have an aging fleet. 18 of our 23 engines and the fleet have extended past their life with the National Fire Protection Association. And also another key point in there is that the NFPA sees no value in upgrading these engines after 20 years, and at 25 years, they consider them end of life. We've seen an increase in demand for discretionary revenues. This year we had a 222% increase. Granted, part of that was for the purchase of a new, muchly needed fire engine, but there was also additional general fund that was applied to that just to cover the cost of the contract. This is a quote made by Governor Newsom at a recent economic summit. It says, "By many measures, California's economy is booming, but this growth is not shared across the entire state. It is heavily concentrated along our coast. Growth must mean inclusion, and inclusion means ensuring that the Central Valley, Inland Empire, get resources and attention from state leaders necessary to strengthen economic opportunity." We put this in there because it goes to our point that rural counties are not being addressed or considered when they're making these changes to the state and federal mandates.
But interesting omission from that list is the mountain counties and the foothill counties.
Correct. That was the intent. So when
we did make that point.
We did make that point very clear, yes. Thank you. And so when we look at the last 10 years and we see the growing variance between our revenues and expenditures and we apply that to the next 10 years, you can see at the status quo, we cannot catch up, which means we cannot continue to do business as we are today. Some of the future challenges that we addressed were the changes to PERS that we know are coming, increased demand for services. We do have a new jail coming online in the next fiscal year. We have an aging population. Employee compensation is well below market value. So again, our cost for business keeps going up, but we're not really keeping up with the market. Wildfire risk. We have homeowner insurance cancellations throughout the county, which has a potential to impact property values. The cost of mitigating the fire risk. Our failing county infrastructure, including our roads and buildings. So at the end of this, we kind of clarify what it is that we are asking for at this point from the Governor's Office of Finance. Reiterated the California Constitution that we are required to provide public safety. However, the state revenues do not adequately fund these programs, nor does it keep pace with the rising cost of providing these services. We're asking for full cost recovery of mandated services, and we want them to continue looking at the cost of living increases as well as a catch-up to help get us up to where we should be today. SB 1 and gas tax, no reallocation of those funds, and make sure that rural counties are considered when they're making those allocations, and also look at how those funds are being allocated. We had a recent opportunity to talk with the Public Works Director from Ventura County. They have similar sized roads that they're responsible for, about 600 miles. However, they receive, I believe, $40 or $45 million per year for those roads, where we receive significantly less, somewhere around $6 to $8 million per year. So we did address that as well. And lastly, our message was we wanted these challenges conveyed to the governor's office as well as our request. So our next steps, again, this was just the start of the conversation. This is not the end. We will continue to look for efficiencies within our own organization. Sorry. As mentioned earlier, we do have the revenue measures on the ballot for March 2020, but we will continue to seek legislative relief from our state and federal partners, as well as looking through RCRC and CSAC to continue to share our message.
So, are you done?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting trip. I want to thank the governor's finance folks for allowing us to go up there and talk to him. I don't know I don't know how the message was received, but they were very polite and they listened. I think it's important that we follow up, and as we've talked about, we need to follow up with RCRC and CSAC, and also I think we ought to send a copy of the presentation to our two legislators, and obviously as we have opportunities to talk to them, emphasize it's interesting because if you go down to LA County or you go to Monterey County or wherever, I don't know what the percentages are of the population that lives in the unincorporated areas, but ours, I just figured it out. If you take out the incarcerated that are in the prison, it's about 92% of our people live in the unincorporated area. Only 8% live inside the city limits. Rough. I might be off a percent or two. The point is, we're providing services that in many suburban and urban counties, incorporated cities are providing. So the burden, the budgetary burden on especially the mountain counties that, Amador, Mariposa, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and other counties like ours, they aren't, the budget issues are not the same as they are in, say, Monterey County or even San Luis Obispo County or some of the other counties. So I think it was important that we went up there and took the message. This was Supervisor Kirk's initiative, so I'll let him add any comments that he's got.
First of all, thank you guys. I know everyone is extremely busy, and I want to thank you guys for putting this together and driving up there and meeting with them. It was, yes, they were very polite. One thing that was somewhat encouraging was that other rural counties have reached out to them, not so much as we presented our entire case, but in little bits, with PERS and with a few other issues that are going on. So they've heard some issues, but my hope is that this will be the beginning of a conversation with them and with their office, but also with RCRC and getting other counties. I think it's real clear, I don't want to quote what Gavin Newsom said, because sometimes we get up and we say things and it's not portrayed in full view or we don't get our full thoughts out. But the general consistency is that the rural counties are left behind. And I look at the assembly, out of the 80 seats in the assembly at the state level, we have 6. The rural counties occupy 6. And when you talk about the Senate, there's 40 seats, we occupy 3. So it all comes down to one really simple thing, which is we really don't have representation at the state level. And so we need to be polite but annoying and pounding on the door. And I'm not sure when Bigelow and Borges are coming around, but I would rather have a sit-down talk with them and give them this presentation and encourage our other counties to pursue the same meeting. The only way we're going to be heard is if we make noise. So at the end of the day, the funny thing is we're not trying to build multi-million-dollar buildings for homeless or renovate all of our buildings with green new energy to be popular. All we're trying to do is provide the most basic services. When somebody picks up the phone, calls 911, we want to make sure a patrol's there to be en route and to service that call. We want to make sure that our citizens aren't driving on third world countries, which they are. We're trying to provide the basics, and we've hit a point with these graphs where if something doesn't change in the near future, there's going to be drastic cuts, and there's going to be it's just we shouldn't have to be there. So while the state is in large part having some great revenue surpluses. We're just asking that we're brought in and brought to mind when these mandated services are implemented, because at the end of the day, we're just trying to provide the basics. So I'll stop rambling on, but this is just a beginning. And like I said, for me, moving forward, I would like our staff to see if possibly and even somebody from McClintock's office, because there's a federal piece to this too, but see if we can get them to maybe come over and have breakfast or lunch and share with them this presentation and see what they're hearing from other rural counties and what the next step will be for maybe a legislative piece. So, thank you.
Any other board comments?
Thank you guys for taking the time to go up there.
Hey, it's the job. Okay, thank you for the presentation. And would the clerk of the board please read our item number 33?
Reports.
Okay, I'll start with Supervisor Kirk.
Well, we just spoke about our finance meeting, so that was the main priority for last week. Let me see here. I'll just leave it at that. I got plenty of committees I could talk about, but that was the highlight of the last couple of weeks since the last board meeting. So,
okay.
Thanks.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chairman. So, I guess I'll just go through a couple of things here. So, last night I had the privilege of attending the Special Olympics dinner hosted by the Elks. I've served on the ATCA board last week. I had a meeting. Okay, let's say that till last. Okay, so served on TCTC, the Commission on Aging, Columbia. I attended the Columbia College Facilities Master Plan meeting, and we kind of discussed what were some of the areas in education that Columbia College could fill in, any gaps that we were having in terms of employment or jobs that were available that we didn't have a skilled workforce to fill. Served on the Housing Loan Review Committee. I had a chance I was invited to visit the Performing Animal Welfare Society in Calaveras County. I got to view those facilities there, and if you ever get the opportunity, I would highly recommend it. It's quite amazing. It's an area where animals that were held in zoos or in circuses are allowed to, roam free and have a much better living condition than they originally had. I met with our, and then finally I'll just talk about, I met with our representative from the USDA on the federal level to discuss facilities improvements and some of the county buildings and other infrastructure. And that's my report. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray.
All right. I also attended the TCTC meeting and the master plan meeting out for jobs out at Columbia College. Of significance, I attended the Friends of Groveland Library luncheon, and I just really want to thank that group for all they do for the Groveland Library. That's my report.
Okay, Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. I'm looking at my stacks here, and in the interest of time, I'm going to make a few highlights. The last couple of weeks have seen me travel far and wide in the state of California. And with the CSAC meeting that a number of us attended, I'd just like to point out one thing, and that is with the Agriculture, Environment, and Natural Resource Policy Committee, which I chair. And it's always been kind of problematic with CSAC and a lot of the policy meetings. Because there's so much information, they turn out to be information and not true policy meetings. And over the last couple of years, I have really endeavored to make the Ag and Natural Resource meeting a policy meeting where supervisors have an opportunity to discuss what policy procedures they'd like CSAC to be investing on. And the reason I bring this up is because the gentleman this morning spoke at HEMP, and that was one of the pieces that came really surfaced during the policy meeting that has not been, a lot of resources have not been spent on that since they kind of disbanded the marijuana working group, and so that a working group is going to be reestablished, and CSAC is going to be looking into some of the issues that we heard this morning and trying to provide some resources, direction, and work on the pieces that may need some legislative support with the state legislature. With regards to RCRC, I have a copy of the Board of Directors meeting. And the supplemental, I will leave it with Heather, and if any of the other supervisors are interested in reading any of this wonderful material, you can take it home. It'll help you get to sleep at night if you're having issues. There is just an awful lot going on with the state within the state of California. And, I'm not going to call it interesting reading, but I'll call it reading. But so much of it does have impacts on us, and so it is important to stay abreast of it. It is important to be putting our 2 cents in, and with that in mind, they are going through their policy, policy and principles, and I asked Heather to email around a copy of that, and that is also going to department heads. Please take a few minutes. RCRC is a huge voice for our county, and it's very important that that we are clearly articulating anything that is in their policy procedure, that it goes to the Board of Directors. And I've already gotten a few suggestions for some language changes. So please take a little time, look at it. I need those, any of edits that you might suggest back to me by December 30th. I apologize for the timing, but that's where we're at. Had a number of wonderful events in my district also, and I just want to really share one piece because it really touched me when I received it, and it was addressed to Sherry, Carl, John, Anaya, and Ryan. Thinking about all of you this morning, I wanted to let you know we are praying for you as the leaders in our community. The work can be very difficult, but trust in the one who knows the beginning from the end. You are making our community better. With gratitude, and it was signed from a number of the folks at Avenus Health. And so I'll pass this around, but I just thought it was really nice and appreciated it and wanted to share it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, in the last several weeks, I have attended the Tuolumne-Stanislaus Integrated Regional Water Management Authority Board. It was a joint meeting with the working group that we have. It was a wonderful meeting. Just so you know, the IRWMA and the associated working group is doing some phenomenal work, getting grant funding and stuff out of the state particularly, but also some federal on water projects throughout the Tuolumne-Stanislaus watershed. I also attended the Chamber of Commerce Awards Dinner. Some incredible community leaders. I think I talked about that. We did go to the Resiliency Center meeting up in Sacramento, fighting for our 2 resiliency centers. We're still trying to resolve that. Last week, it was last week, attended CSAC and attended the Board of Directors meeting. And that's their annual convention. I think 4 of us were there. And I already talked about this in the state finance department meeting. And then this past week, attended both the Finance Committee and, along with Supervisor Campbell, the ATCA Board of Director meeting. ATCA, a lot of people don't realize how much of our programs in the county we do in coordination with ATCA. It's a phenomenal organization, and they do a lot of good work. And we've had 2 members on that board for as long as I can remember, and I'm sure that Supervisor Campbell will agree that it's a really good organization. And then Saturday afternoon, I wasn't able to stay to the bitter end, but I did go out to the Resiliency Village open house for our lodging challenged people. It's a wonderful project. I highly recommend people get familiar with what's going on out there. I think they're on a really good track. Quite frankly, my belief is that that whole issue really is a community issue, and we're only going to solve it if we come together as a community, and they're leading the way. So kudos to them. And that's my report. Would the clerk of the board reread our closed sessions 35, 36, and 37?
I have a report.
Oh, go ahead. Have a report.
My report is actually that I also attended CSAC, and I think Sarah does too. And the CSAC and CCBSA, which is the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association. And I just wanted to let you know a few of the topic discussions that we had. One of them was American Disabilities Act and best practices in our county, and I brought back a few ideas that we can implement later, or now, whichever. Crisis management and effective presentations and learning how to, present in a. Actually, it just gave me some really good ideas on how to do some presentations. Another one was the bank code, which is learning the personality of the person that you're speaking with and talking to within 90 seconds. And the bank stands for the types of codes are blueprint, action, nurturing, or knowledge. And maybe you guys can identify your own selves. But I've been banking you guys since I've been back.
I don't see any money coming out of that
I
bank.
know. It's not the dollar sign. And last night I went to the Special Olympics dinner, and I also had the opportunity yesterday to participate in the community forum that was at the Senior Center. And I just wanted to let you know what I'm presenting to the public at those forums. I am talking to members of the public about registering to get the agenda via email. So I'm registering people on site or taking their information and registering them back in the office so that they're up to speed on when the agendas are posted, and they'll get the email as well. And I'm giving out a decal, so if they register, they get swag. And the other thing I'm going to talk about is I have redone the committee commission list on the items, the committees and commissions that the board specifically appoints to. And so I have a little handout, or I can talk to people that start to complain to me about how things are going, and I can redirect them to serve on a committee. And so that's what I'm going to be doing at the forums.
County Council? Sorry, I forgot the staff. I got carried away.
That's fine. I'll keep it short. I just don't want this moment to go by without saying this is an end of an era. This is Carlin Drivdahl's last board meeting.
Yeah, and she's hiding.
She is hiding, so that's why I'm up here. I know you all have lots of thoughts, and you said a lot of things earlier today about the general plan, but her work for the last 12 years was so much more than just the general plan. She was the face of our Brown Act training. She's going to make me cry, so I can't look at her. Our public officials ethics training, her enthusiasm about the law and public servants, and making sure that this democratic process, that we follow it. She will leave a lasting impression on our hearts and in the work that we do. And I'm so proud to have worked with her for 12 years. She knows I love her. And I still get to be best friends with her, but I know that I'll see her a lot, and that the work that she did, you all know it. It's not easy being a public servant. A lot of things are misunderstood by the public, especially when you're attorneys and you can't always talk about things. But she is a person of the highest integrity. Her legal work is excellent, and she served this county really well. So thank you.
Sure.
You just can't make us feel bad. Feel bad enough.
But you'll be back.
So there's something that I've been wanting to say for a long time. I've said it in private before. But when the county council position opened up, the board got to choose between me and Sarah. And gosh darn it if you didn't make the best damn decision ever. Sarah has challenged me to go beyond my comfort level. She has made me a better attorney and led by example in both excellence and elegance. And you are so lucky to have her leading our office. And I know y'all know that, but it's very important for me to say that publicly, because I will fully admit that decision stung, but it allowed me to remain doing what I love to do, which is land use, and I don't think I would have been able to do that, and I wouldn't be able to support Sarah in some of the things that we've been able to accomplish for your board, and you know, there are definitely moments that I have wanted to scrum it, but thank you. But this
was that the word of the day?
No, it's kind of a throwback, but it was still pretty awesome. And my time here will always be very special to me. So thank you.
You'll be back. We'll hunt you down.
Yeah, but you only give me 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Well, maybe there'll be another board chair and you'll get more than that. Who knows? Thank you for everything you've done, Carlin. You're great. You're awesome. We'll miss you.
Thank you.
Going to miss you.
Tracy, how do you follow that?
Yeah, well, I know. So just in the same vein of our incredible coworkers and everyone, you see the decorations, the holiday luncheon that took place. So many of our coworkers on this floor, but also throughout different buildings, made this happen. And our community forums that we're doing, that also did not happen because of one person. I kind of threw the mission out to Christina as Eric and I left for 2.5 weeks of conferences. And Christina, in the vein of teamwork, just surrounded herself with other coworkers who joined the team, and they're making this happen. So again, just in that same vein of amazing coworkers, if you see them, please make sure to tell them thank you for putting together these holiday luncheons, taking care of each other, and then the community forums, because everyone is working on those. And we had our first one. I know they'll only get better from there. But if you, and I know you guys are in and out, but the employee luncheon, the feeling was really positive. There were a lot of people. In fact, we made the comment, everyone's having such a good time. Normally they come in and eat and leave, but Liz was saying everyone's having such a good time, they're not leaving. We were running out of seats because people were actually hanging out and engaging with people in a way they had not done before. And that really is because our coworkers made all of this happen, and they did a fantastic job. So anyways, thank you to everyone who's doing so much hard work for everyone else.
Okay, now read our closed sessions 30. No, just the middle three, 35, 6, 7. Is that right?
I can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, existing, let me just stop. Okay, getting ahead of myself. Anticipated litigation is Authority Government Code Section 54969D21 case. Existing litigation is Authority Government Code Section 54959D1, County of Tuolumne versus Rom, Tuolumne County Superior Court case number CV62622. And then conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956D1, County of Tuolumne versus CalPERS administrative hearing, appeal hearing before the Office of Administrative Hearing, case number 2018-1260.
Okay, any public comment on those three items? If not, we're going to recess into closed session. We may have a report out on one item. And other than that, our business is concluded today. We will be back to adjourn formally. Thank you.